Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I declare council meeting CO 26/6 open. Welcome everyone here. Please note that this meeting is live streamed and the consequences of that. I'll open with our karakia. Whakatau, mai te waura, whakawātea, mai te hinanaro, whakarite, mai te tinana, ki ai ngā mahi. Ai. An apology for lateness from Councillor Elvin. Someone like to move and second that, please. Deputy Mayor No Benj, Councillor Joyce. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. I'm not aware of any late items. Didn't have a declaration of interest. Yep. Transfer of public excluded items. I'm not aware of any that need to be transferred at this point. Public forum. I have listed Shad Ralston and Hakopa Tapiata, but they don't appear to be here.
Probably sort of Tauranga City Council meeting.
Quite possibly. If appropriate, I'll invite them to speak at a relevant point. It's a complicated day, and I'm willing to give some leeway on that one. So with that, we move to item number 9.1, which is from page 7, and this is the Local Water Done Well project update. I invite Ariel and Adele to present this one.
Right. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors, and just wanted to welcome you to this particular Local Waters Done Well meeting. It's obviously a combination of pretty much, as Ariel and I were thinking this week, about a year since we've gone out to consult with our community on local waters, based on the new legislation that was being in train at the time. And we were able to deliver last year our water services delivery plan on the 3rd of September to the Minister and the Secretary of Local Government, which was accepted. But as part of that process, Council wished to do a due diligence phase just to make sure that it was comfortable with all the decisions and the way forward as a joint entity. So last December, we agreed the terms of reference for the due diligence phase, and that work's been undertaken jointly with Tauranga City Council. And today's papers are a combination of the work that's been undertaken between both organisations, and we've kind of packaged them up into various sections. One being around the commercial terms, and the commercial terms effectively underpin what would be the future constitutional arrangements of the water organisation. We've got a project update, which Ariel will be giving to you around other key matters that we've got sitting around there, including the budget, the digital work that we're undertaking with EOI, being Hamilton and Waikato, the recruitment of a chief executive, which is currently in its finalisation stages, subject to the final decision. And then we'll be looking at key milestones post a 2nd of April should council wish to proceed. So that was more of a project. And then we've got the various work streams around the due diligence, which will have updates for you. So we'll be covering off HR, legal, asset management, and the financial matters, of which there are a number, including the costs that will be left with council. But I will hand over to Ariel. We're obviously happy to answer any questions as we go through the various papers through the Mayor. But we'll proceed on a paper by paper basis and clear off those matters as we proceed. The first one is just an update, so no consideration. We'll be considering matters might be in the key terms. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mayor and councillors. I just want to reiterate Adele's comments that yes, we are on this journey and it's been an ongoing and long journey. This project update paper covers 6 different matters, and I'm happy to work through those and take any questions. The first one is around the establishment budget, and that has been brought to council before, and we do have that funding provided in the annual plan going forward. So that is the funding to establish the entity itself, and that is being debt funded through. Oh,
Finish what you're saying.
oh, sorry, distracted. By debt funded operational expenditure and would be transferred to the proposed water organisation. Is there any questions on the establishment budget?
Councillor Coxhead, do you have a question?
It's a really quick one, Ariel. Just regarding the budget for the establishment of the water organisation, does that include working capital in there as well? Is there a budget in there for working capital? No, it doesn't.
Any other questions on that?
The next part is the digital program. So you'll recall that we approved the digital business case to partner with EY and TCC in December. So this is just providing an update of where things are at with the program. We've got the 2 phases. The first phase is required regardless of whether or not we proceeded with the water organisation, which is our exit from water care. And the second phase is actually standing up the water organisation in terms of its digital capabilities. Okay. The recruitment of a chief executive for the water organisation and the board of directors. So as you know, we have begun that process, and it's intended that would be completed following decision by the councils regarding the water organisation itself. If the council's made that decision, then we will also begin the process to recruit the board of directors.
Councillor Coxhead.
Repeat offender. So in terms of the recruitment of the CEO, we've heard nothing at council level regarding recruitment process, recruitment agency, matrix of skills. No information at all. I realise it was voted on last year. Yeah, last year to actually proceed with recruiting, which I did not vote for. And the other thing I notice in here is we're going to start recruitment for the board of directors. So I'd like to know a little bit about who's in charge of that, who are the people from council that are in this recruiting panel, and who are the recruiting company. Yeah, rather than us just being, presented with a candidate, to be fair.
Okay, I'll go to Adele in just a moment. Obviously, confidentiality is an important issue with recruitment processes like this. I believe I have told you a little bit about the process and who the recruiter is and some other details. But so it's not quite true to say that we haven't. I've said nothing. There's been as much as I could at this point. But Adele, would you like to perhaps elaborate as much as you are able to, given confidentiality?
Thank you. So I do recognise this is a different process that you'd normally go through for the appointment of a council chief executive. This process would normally be undertaken by the board and then appointment of the CEO made through the board. For the reasons of having 2 councils come together and trying to work through early, we wanted to have a chief executive in place to help navigate effectively the operational side and the establishment side of bringing 2 councils together. And so we had a really good interest in the role. So there was approximately 50 candidates in that mix, and there was a lot. Repeat the number. 50. And we had a very strong candidate list, and the reasons, as the Mayor outlined, we do have very senior people, including chief executives, who wish to obviously keep that confidential and subject to being able to proceed. We are going through the process of a second interview for the candidate at the moment and going through the negotiations, and then we'll be looking to have that person put in front of council in advance of the second April meeting, so that you can have the ability to meet the candidate or meet the preferred candidate and also endorse the recommendation.
So my point here, Mr. Mayor, is that we are presented with a fait accompli. We are not being asked to make a decision about who should be the CE. We are being asked we're being presented from a non-decision making committee. We are being presented with one person as a fait accompli. Yes or no is the decision we make, not who are we having. So this is my issue with this process.
And that's the normal process for a decision-making or for a working panel to select a CE. They've got representatives from our council, representative for staff, who happens to be Miriam, from TCC, from Tangata Whenua, from the recruiter, obviously, and from an external, very technical, from a technical perspective as well.
Right. So from a non-decision making committee, there are people on that committee who have made this decision. This is my point.
They're making a recommendation. They're not making the decision.
We're just being presented a fait accompli. I'm making the point.
The Deputy Mayor.
I have to support Councillor Coxhead in this. Half the council has been excluded, and more than half. And the one thing that really bugs me on this whole operation is keeping people informed and making sure that we all work towards the final goal. Could I ask, please, Adele, with this person who is being appointed and that we will endorse on the certain day, if it all turns to custard on the 2nd of April, what happens then to the CE?
I don't know whether Mayor wishes to respond to this question, but if there's a decision not to proceed with the water organisation, there'll be a decision not to proceed with the Chief Executive.
Is the candidate aware of that?
Yes, it was part of the process. Correct.
Councillor Sol.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I'm afraid I find myself in the same shoes as Councillor Coxhead here. And it's reflected through a lot of other phases of this process and what we're setting up. And that's what concerns me. There isn't an option. We make a decision as to who's appointed. We have one choice. Sorry, two choices. I suppose we could reject them, but you've put it forward. And so we carry the can for appointing somebody and we actually haven't done anything with it. And that is wrong. And I don't feel that's a very good process at all.
So I think that it was being finalised, but I believe there's an opportunity to have a, I can't remember if it's online or in person, but a meet and greet with the preferred candidate. I will just say that, this recruitment processes are difficult in terms of, having an interview process. And if you've got two councils, Tangata Whenua staff, we're not going to have an interview panel of 30, 40 people interviewing them. And I think we just got to be cognizant of that and, accept that, have trust in the panel who are good people, Miriam, myself, Martin, some really senior people who are interviewing really senior people, that we might actually make a good choice. And I understand the potential frustration, but I encourage you to view it with an open mind. Councillor Daly.
I just want a bit of clarification, but I think you might have missed someone that was on that group. There was some Tangata Whenua input as well, wasn't there? But
I did mention that.
So my question relates to the bullet point under number 4, recruitment of a chief executive and partial board of directors. So I just want to clarify that this process and this panel will not be recruiting or looking for the partial board of directors, or that would be a responsibility of the joint committee if established?
Adele?
Through the mayor. So yes, the intention is that once we've got through the 2nd of April decision, we'll be recommending the establishment of the joint committee, which will be putting forward to the 21st of April with the terms of reference for that particular group, of which the responsibilities will include the appointment and recommendations of the board. So they'll be responsible for taking up the board matrix, which we've already worked through, and then working through the recruitment process. And again, to Councillor Coxhead's point, I'm looking to appoint a potential external recruiter for that process, and then it will be a responsibility under the terms of reference to make recommendations to council for those appointments.
So when you say appointment and recruitment of the board, you mean a process to arrive at a recommendation for the councils?
That's correct.
Councillor Coxhead?
So I'm not suggesting that there should be total council involvement in the recruitment of the CEO. Who's got their thing on? What I am disappointed in is that we haven't had an update, even in confidential, which is totally appropriate for this council to have. And I was not aware who was on the panel for recruitment. I'm not sure if that was ever advised to us, but I have no knowledge of it. So I think these are points that should have been, or this is information that should have been shared with us as a council to ensure that we are kept in the loop.
I understand that some details were shared. Adele, can you clarify that? Because
Yeah, we have advised of the process, and I know that you have been away, Councillor Cox said, so maybe it wasn't at the meeting that you were at. So. Well, we had advised what the process was going to be.
The members of the panel, were we advised of that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I don't recall it. And I think
we have gone through it before. Councillor Elvin?
Thank you, sir. Apologies for being late. I was out mowing the grass verge. So I do think that there is some need for us to approach some of these appointment processes in a way that's both pragmatic and sensitive. I accept that initially there was a little bit of a communication gap, but I think it was made aware that the selection panel was made up of what it was made up of. I think we're all under quite considerable time constraints to get these things underway. I find it untenable to accept that we need to have a group of 20 deciding this. I'm quite comfortable. I know Councillor Cox said you did say that that wasn't the issue. I just find it difficult to say, other than the fact that some people might have missed out on the communication, what was the appropriate way to deal with the sensitivity of some of these issues. For me personally, I just hope we've got an outstanding candidate that we can approve, and that we get on with dealing with the issues we've got to deal with, which I think are significantly more important than perhaps some of these things. And yes, we can learn a lesson about communication. We can all be better at that. But I do think that the panel we had was a very good one. And if it's not, I guess if we've got a poor CEO, we'll be cutting their throats in time. And so I'd just like to support the outcome that we've got at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Elvin. Councillor Joyce.
I just want to clarify a few things here. One is this panel is self-appointed. It has not been appointed by anybody. The idea that it was communicated to us, it was only communicated to us after the event. It had already started work, and it was a query from a councillor of what the heck was going on that finally elicited the response of this is the committee. So yeah, there is a huge communication gap here. There's also a governance gap. You know, I contrast this with the proposal for board director appointments, where there's an agreed process and it's formally known who will do the work and who will approve. I would also contrast this with the council CEO appointment process we're going through, where again, there was a formal council resolution to form a subcommittee, which has taken on the work. There is no resolution in public, private, or anywhere else appointing this panel. That is a failure of governance. It's not a communication gap. You cannot appoint yourself
to something all the time. You need to be appointed by this council. And I would suggest that we clean up the mess by having a resolution to do that. These are contractual matters, and contractual matters must be handled appropriately. And they're not. This is not an appropriate process. No one has said 20, 30, 40 people would be involved. That's a complete red herring. And you've got to stop saying that because no one's asked for it. What we want is a proper process where the councillors make the decision on who is on the panel. Yeah, in response to a recommendation, of course. I don't, like Graham, I don't have a problem with the panel makeup. I hope they've got a good decision. But I'm sick of this. People appointing themselves to things is not a good process. And it has to stop. It has to stop. I mean, I can speak of another matter, which I may take to the audit office shortly, where contracts have been extended without any formal process whatsoever. That's appalling as well. But it's not the topic for today. But it will be followed up, because I can see that going to the auditor if it's not fixed. So let's...
Councillor Joyce, I have to say, you're expressing opinions which
one?
They're not... They're your views of how a process should be run.
No, they're based on delegations.
They are not, they're not, everything has been followed appropriately. Your opinion is that they perhaps haven't.
Exactly right.
That's your opinion, and doesn't mean it's right.
And I'm speaking my opinion, and I stand by my opinion that these things need to be handled appropriately, and I do not believe they have been. And it's happening a lot, and it's got to stop. Otherwise, you'll have a problem, I think, with the rest of the council. You're already hearing from people unhappy with the process. Is that what you want? It's not just me, is it? So I suggest we need to clean this up.
Miriam.
I just want to comment that I did not appoint myself to the panel. I was invited to the panel by what I thought was an approved appointments board or committee. So I understood there was a formal process and I was invited to do that. I did not initiate it.
I will say that every time a working group is put together, that does not have to go to full council. Okay, that is, so often it's helpful, but that is not required. Okay.
So what governs it then? Because I mean, I always thought that the council retained all powers except what was delegated, and this has not been delegated.
Well, there's no power. It's not a decision-making body. No, we haven't. No, we haven't. Not to debate that any further, but do you?
To get a motion of censure.
Councillor Ray.
Thank you. I definitely know I had my hand up before the last three speakers. Really love to thank you for raising this, because this is exactly what I raised in the workshop. I asked the question. It seemed like I was the only one that didn't understand how we got to this self-appointed people that are doing this. But the question is, can you just confirm publicly that we will be brought back one person to basically meet and then endorse? Because it's the same question I asked in the workshop, so I'd like that publicly said, please.
Yes, through the mayor, that's correct. But council will have the decision either to proceed or not to proceed on that basis. But the calibre of people that put their names forward was extremely high, and being able to go early meant that we were available to a number of candidates, and there was a good level of candidates that put their name forward that have extremely good experience in the space.
Thank you. It just highlights, so similar to what Rodney was saying, I don't necessarily agree with everything you just said, but it's the process and how did we get to it. I'm not disagreeing with the people on it either, but that just seems like it's not something that we should be doing. And to what you just said, that, you know, we don't have to come to a resolution every single time. Well, I believe that having a person, this is a very serious matter. And so I actually do feel that it should have for this particular matter.
Yep. And I hear you, councillor Ray, but that is why it's coming to a formal council decision to appoint the person or not.
Yeah, but it's just one person. And then if we say no, then where do we go? Go all the way back to the start again? That just seems weird.
Can I just make a note through the mayor? This person will then, once appointed, will be responsible to the board. And so that's why the joint committee will be responsible for the appointments of the board, and the chief executive will be then accountable to the board moving forward. So I just want to make the point of difference between a chief executive that council normally appoints.
Councillor Sol?
Councillor Joyce beat me to the punch, because that's part of what I've been on about for some time in this chamber now. Governance. Who are the governors? How we make decisions. And if this one doesn't work out, who's responsible? We've appointed that person. I have no issue about, frankly, actually the quality of the people you've said that have made that recommendation. But we are the governors, and we can create all sorts of blinking messes here. It's ridiculous. We don't need to be doing it. And so a little bit of care in the process about how councillors who will be responsible by the public out there who appoint them, that is going to be a real key thing. The other little point actually, which comes back to your little cross conversation there, opinion. Well, remember, opinion can be sought in court, and I don't want to see that happen. But just because it's somebody's opinion, we could get a court's opinion too. So I think we've got to settle this whole thing down a little bit, and we've got to improve how we go about the processes.
Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, this probably is the most important meeting that this council will have had since 1989. It's significant, and I don't treat it lightly. The questions are fundamental, but I would ask that we suspend standing orders so that all councillors have the opportunity to speak more than once, should they need to. And if there's a seconder, we could put it to the vote. Maybe Shane.
I think it'd be easier. Sorry, is there a specific issue? Because we're asking questions here, not actually meant to be debating at this moment.
I still say.
But I'm happy to be lenient on certain aspects of this. We have got a full agenda to get through, and we can't go around in circles. But
Even so, if we have to stay here till 12 o'clock at night, and even if we have to stay here till 12 o'clock at night, we've got to work our way through it. And so I would like to formalise that we suspend standing orders, and I'll move that now if there's a seconder.
I would suggest that you suspend this particular standing order around that rather than all standing orders, in which case we're going to, not be able to make decisions, frankly. So if you would like to move that we suspend the standing order, whichever one that is, and maybe Robin can tell me, that allows one speaker per resolution.
At the moment, councillors can speak once.
Yeah.
And I think in this occasion, it's important that we have the right to speak more than once if the need arises. And I think, in fairness to everybody around the table, that should be fundamental.
Okay. I don't see the need, but I'm happy to, you want to move that resolution? Okay. Seconded by
I'm happy to second that.
So Councillor Beach. All those in favour, please say aye. Or it's a bit of a hand raise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's those against. That's carried. Okay, so happy to go with that for today. Councillor Coxhead.
So this conversation is literally about transparency and being open with decisions that are being made in a non-decision making committee. and also good governance. So I appreciate what Councillor Joyce has had to say. But given that we are now talking about a board of directors being recruited, I would like some sort of assurance that we're not going to be facing the same sort of conversations in regards to this coming up.
Perhaps Adele can highlight or clarify the process for hiring the board directors.
So as I just mentioned before, then once we get to an agreement on the 2nd, the following meeting is on, I think, the 21st or 23rd of April. And then we would be looking to formalise the terms of reference and the joint committee. And then as part of those responsibilities, that joint committee would have the responsibility to appoint a partial board. We're not looking to appoint the full board up front, but they'll need to appoint a chair, and we're looking for potentially 2 of the board. And then also being cognizant of the board matrix that has been prepared. But it would be responsible of the joint committee. Then they would go through a formal process, and then we would have looked at, once they've got some recommendations, that to come back to council.
So what's the problem with having a confidential meeting that includes a short list of the candidates? Is there a problem with that?
Well, again, you've got 20, 30 people discussing candidates.
It's not decision-making, it's just giving us a heads up of
we
the
can take
people on the
feedback.
short list.
We can take that feedback on board.
Okay.
Nothing has obviously been decided at this point in time, and we'll be working through the terms of reference, which we can decide. And it'll be about how all board appointments are made going forward. So happy to
Thank
take
you,
on board the
Adele.
feedback.
Councillor Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, sorry for battling on, but yeah, I too am extremely disappointed in the way this thing is going, and obviously in favour of what councillors are saying. 5 councillors went on for a ride with this mission. I don't think they took the other 5 with them, and we relied on information and clarity brought back to us. And I think as this whole thing unfolds, you'll see where some areas that we've been lacking that reports or that honesty, if I can use that term. 50 candidates applied for this position. Tells me that it was a pretty sought after sort of a job, which goes a mockery of some of the comments I heard in regards to if we don't act quickly, we might miss out on who's had got the qualifications to do it. So that, and again, disappointed, it should have got down to a short list, let's say around about 4, that the rest of the council could have been involved with. So I will hence my disappointment in how this is unfolded.
Councillor Daly.
Yeah, I have to sort of concur with Councillor Elvin that I was aware of the process. I was reasonably comfortable, and I'm confident that we will come up with a really good candidate. But I know that's I don't know if that's helpful to the argument, but I do acknowledge the concern about the process, and so I'm a little bit concerned that Adele, once again, you use the terms that joint committee will appoint the board. Rather than make recommendations to council for the board.
I think we're getting caught up in semantics here. It's easy to slip into that language, Councillor Daly, as we'll discuss later. I don't want to preempt the discussion, but
so I just do want to signal another amendment to the 3B.
So at the moment, the joint committee is proposed to be recommendatory only. Okay. Sorry, did you have anything further to say, Councillor Day?
No, I just want to signal I'd like to make another amendment regarding appointments to the joint committee and the process.
Okay, that's a different report, so we'll deal with that then. Okay, so if there's no further questions, there are 6 recommendations there. Do I have a mover and seconder for those 6 recommendations, please? Oh, sorry, go on.
Point 4, so that council adopts the principle of maintaining tangata whenua participation, engagement and arrangements with existing commitments and practices retained or bettered during and following the transition to a water organisation. Are we talking about, this is in the now called joint committee, I can't keep up with the names, or is this, are we talking about in the Tangata whenua forums?
No, so this is relating to existing groupings, to Mara'o Kaituna, Waiari Kaitiaki, advisory group, those kind of situations which are based on treaty settlements or resource consents.
So can we include some extra wording in there to make that, to clarify that?
Ariel?
We do actually have a list of those which have been provided. Would it be simpler to attach that attachment which sets them all out so that you knew what they were?
Sorry.
No,
Are
no, they're not attached to this agenda item, but they have been previously
Yeah,
provided.
it just needs to be
Yeah.
specified that what we're actually talking about, because it's a very broad statement.
Yep, no,
Yeah,
I think
thank
we
you.
can attach that. Is that permissible, Robin?
Maintaining current arrangements for where we have committees such as the Kaituna and Waiari, etc. Correct?
I think we just have to, when someone moves it, we can suggest different wording.
Could, if we're taking these recommendations separately, I'm happy to move the first one that we receive.
I was going to take them all in one go unless there's desire to do them separately. They're not particularly controversial ones as far as I can
No.
tell.
And speaking to the second one, I
Hang
think,
hang on, no one's moved it yet, so can we just hold your horses? We'll get the wording right for the fourth one first. Okay?
I'm just through the mayor. So what we're just trying to work through is in the minutes that have been presented at the joint working group, there was a stock take of our current arrangements with Tangata Whenua on multiple things. And what we're just trying to do is capture those between the two councils and agree that what we've currently got in play will move across. So what we'll do is we'll point you to the actual stock take, and which is what this recommendation is actually just trying to line up to.
So would it make sense when we say with existing commitments and practices as listed in the stock take?
Yes, that would be appropriate. Yes, Penella's just bringing it up now.
That's a bit small.
Ariel, can you give us which is the whereabouts in the joint water? Yeah, but if people want to find it in Stella, which meeting is it?
Sorry, it was the 23rd of February 2026. In the local water done well joint working group folder.
Okay, you scroll on, please. So actually, I don't think it's appropriate to say as in the stock take because some of those relate purely to the Māori ward councillors' membership of a committee, which we can't resolve to maintain.
It's quite an extensive list because it includes all of our policies and plans as well. So that's why I don't think we would want to write each of those ones into
So the question is, Councillor Cox said, having had the explanation, is there a need to because we could be here a while trying to find the
Well,
word.
no, I just don't want any ambiguity. And this is for the benefit of all of our ratepayers.
Yep.
So I understand we're talking about a couple of river arrangements.
Or should we say as relating to treaty settlements and resource consents? Does that cover them all? Are there
That's
any extras?
probably going to cover it, yes.
Are there any extras that we missed though?
Yes, there are. There's a number of policies and plans that we have as a council. And it would be, the expectation is that we will have those discussions as we move forward with the water organisation. So that's why the stock take was done, to make sure that there was a clear and full understanding of everything that we meant. So that's what that list is. And that's what that resolution relates to.
So do we need to create a list of the ones that we want to include here?
Well, it's all of them in that.
No, but as I say, some of them, so Audit, Risk and Finance Committee, the membership there, or the Tangata whenua input is based on having a Māori ward councillor. We can't resolve that will be maintained.
Well, I think that would be an exception that would be undertaken with the understanding around the Māori ward councillor role.
Councillor Alvin?
And not retaining that ward.
Could I have the temerity to make a couple of suggestions? One, we could make an amendment which just added existing water services commitments, which will remove all of those other items. And the second thing is, I'm not concerned about uncertainty. This is just purely a question of evidence. And these documents are in our public record. So the fact that they're in our public record, I don't think creates any ambiguity whatsoever. So if you wanted to think about, and I'm really reluctant to suggest we keep moving forward because there seems to be a bit of resistance to moving forward, but I will take my chances on that. If we make that minor amendment, which deals with the water-related topics, then that by its very nature will exclude all of those other items that aren't particularly relevant that we're concerned about. And I said, I reassert my view that, you know, our arrangements are clear. They're part of our public record, so I don't think there's any doubt. So if there was any value, if there was any wish or desire to move forward, I think that suggestion to add those couple of words in there will satisfy anybody's concerns about any of those matters that are maybe we don't control.
Adele.
Just through the mayor, so EJ's just popped up. In the asset management and operating and stormwater side of the due diligence, he's actually took note of these matters that relate to waters only, and I'll let EJ talk to that.
Mr. Mayor, yes, in the on page 36 of the AMOS due diligence paper, we list those key relationships, and that might be a list that you can refer to.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
The AMOS due diligence paper, on page 36, there's a list of the key relationships.
So it's not in the agenda, it's a different. 70.
(36) of the AMOS report.
Okay, so on page 106 of the agenda, it lists Te Ohu Parawai or Te Waiari, Te Ohu Waiora and Waiari Kaitiaki advisory group. But that's not, that should also include Te Mara o Kaituna as well, so that's not a comprehensive list.
Can I suggest, as a suggestion,
Through the chair, please.
Yeah, that Graham's suggestion, and that we come back and define the list later, just so that everybody's clear, that we can move this in principle, and then subject to agreement on a list, 2nd of April or whatever, right? Just to keep things moving. So we're not here till 2 o'clock in the morning.
But we could adjourn and actually get a list and just do it, but Ariel.
So 2 points I just want to make. This was the recommendation that came from the joint working group. And secondly, it's not just relationships. The wording is around commitments and practices as well. So those are operational, some of those in nature, and they are mentioned in the stock take. And I do not think it would be wise to lose those.
Okay, so I'm getting advice from Robin here. We could think of the wording along the lines of, with existing commitments and practices as listed in the stock take, and to try and get some of the organisations. You know what? I'm going to adjourn and we'll have a think about it and then we'll come back. Okay, so we'll come back at 3 o'clock. Thank you. We'll get back into it. So we are still on page 7, item number 9.1. We have some new wording for recommendation number 4, which is, I'll just try and read it out here. Oops. So, oh, it's on the wall. Okay, it's up there. Okay, so the wording in red. So it says these are outlined in tabled item 2, Western Bay of Plenty District Council, Tangata whenua relationship arrangements.
And table item 2 is in Stella. Yeah.
And table item 2 is in Stella. Okay. Just give you a moment to look at that. At this point, I'd say it's a no score draw. Right, so we have those 6 recommendations with in addition to number 4. Do I have a mover and seconder for those, please? I think Councillor Joyce there was a someone, Councillor Elvin. Do we want to debate this any further? No? Oh, Deputy Mayor.
I've said before, and I'll say it again. This is the most important decision we will have made since 1989, when amalgamation was on the table. No one in their right mind could realise that this is the first step. Our ratepayers are waiting carefully in the background, and keeping them fully informed is fundamental to what we do in local government. I think, sir, in my opinion, this has been an ask-about-face system that we've gone through. And when I've sat at the back of the joint committees, the boring process that they have worked through has been really mind-blowing. And it's just quite awful. For we in the Western Bay, with a large rural geographic spread, we're not contained in the urban area, and we've got all the people in the rural rump who will see this differently. But this is profound in the changes that we are actually making. We are told that it's going to be better because we will be able to, the directors will be able to take a more focused look. But the one thing we can say to our ratepayers, we have governed well in water, stormwater, and wastewater. I'm not convinced that we've got stormwater right. And I think as I was reading Simon Upton's report, the difference between the urban and the rural areas is going to be pronounced. So, sir, I cannot stress enough how important it is that we get this right. I'm grateful that Tauranga City Council actually acknowledges that we've got to work together as an equal partners. They may be bigger than us, but that's absolutely irrelevant. We've both got a future. We've got the growth. We've got the land. And I think, sir, we have demonstrated that we're capable of operating in a way that the funding agency doesn't have question marks after us. So I'm reluctant to go through this, but I accept that it's something we have to do because government has decided that under the previous legislation, where we had co-governance and that was thrown out, I think that the government has got this poorly done and it hasn't been helpful. I thank our staff for the work that they have done for months on this and trying to drag us along. I'm ever so grateful to Miriam Terrace for her financial guidance in this process. And so, sir, I'm reluctant, but I have to adopt and accept that what we've got here is something that cannot be ignored. So I'm not sure whether I'm voting for it or not at the moment.
Thank you. I will draw your attention to the recommendations that actually have been moved. This is not the decision we're making on the second, but I appreciate your views. Are there any other speakers for or against? No, I'll put the motion therefore. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. So we now move on to item 9.2, which is the Water Organisation Establishment Due Diligence on page 46. Adele, Ariel?
Sorry, we're just having discussion about attachments. A presentation, sorry. Right, thank you. The second item is in relation to the due diligence process that you'll recall we discussed. The first report, 9.2, deals with the due diligence matters under legal, asset management operations and stormwater, or AMOS as we refer to it, and people and workforce. So the paper outlines the summary of the findings of the reports that have been presented to you. The people and workforce report is in confidential. So if you did want to discuss anything in that report, you would have to move to confidential. And happy to take any questions on these papers. We have worked through the due diligence reports in the workshop and have answered questions in that space. But happy to answer any questions that you might have here.
Thank you. And just I mentioned it the last item, but just to make it clear and so that the resolutions stand on their own, we've added what the attachments are after the attachment number. So instead of just saying, you know, for example, under recommendation 6, the council notes attachment 1, it'll say notes attachment 1 brackets local audit done well, legal due diligence report, just to make it really, really clear. Okay. So questions. I see Deputy Mayor.
It was not so much a question, sir. Someone's got to justify to me how on earth this can be of median significance. It is the most important thing this council will address this term in this decade. It affects our staff, it affects the community, and it's of high significance.
Thank you. It is explained in the paper, but I think Ariel, perhaps you can explain for us here now.
Yes, happy to explain. So you'll recall that the significance and engagement policy provides the opportunity to split what you're talking about when you're actually talking about decisions. So the decisions of this paper, we are saying are of medium significance. Those decisions are to essentially adopt the due diligence reports and take that information forward to your decision about whether or not you wish to proceed with the water organisation. That is the decision that's proposed to be discussed on the 2nd of April, and that would be of high significance.
I still argue that this is of high even now. everything we do in this process is of high significance. Our community would know that, and we're giving away so much of what they expect us to provide, 42%, and it's just taken as being medium
No,
significance.
so that there's the critical point, Deputy Mayor, is that giving away. Creating a CCO in this situation is of high significance. Receiving a due diligence report is not. It does lead to it, but we need to be, the whole point of having a significance and engagement policy and having this listed in recommendations is it provides clarity to us about which decisions are actually significant and which ones are not, which ones lead to that important outcome. Anyway, there are no questions. Let's see one or two others. No? Okay. In which case there are 7 recommendations there. Do we have a mover and seconder for those 7 recommendations? Yeah. Councillor Elvin. Councillor Joyce. You'll speak? No? Okay, in which case, oh, sorry, Councillor Ray.
Sorry, I'd just like to speak that I will not be supporting it only because of recommendation number 4, stating that there are no issues and risks, because I don't feel that there are no issues and risks, but I just wanted to say that that will be the reason that I'll be voting against.
Councillor Joyce.
Councillor Bray raises a good point. There should be no significant issues or risks. Should be the wording or something along those lines, because it's not, nothing is without a risk. Walking across the road is not without risk. So, you know, there should be no significant issues or risks.
Yeah, I think the other point to mention, well, not on Labour, is that it's about risks identified in the reports. But you're right. I'm not disagreeing.
I mean, I'm just agreeing with Councillor Ray. It's just, yeah, we just need some sort of qualification there. You know, it's not without, nothing is without issues and risks. And the report does it, yeah, specify. Councillor
Elvin, would you be happy to change that amendment if that's what you want to suggest?
I think we should adjourn again and spend another half hour recrafting the words. I'm quite happy to, but the resolution does say the above, which jeopardize the feasibility of proceeding. It seems to me those words actually satisfy. I'm quite happy to add the words in. We can double the size of the resolution if we want to get all the words in. So I'm quite comfortable with that. But I'm satisfied the resolution's okay, but I'm not interested in getting into a debate that lasts another half an hour on this. So I'll concede the words.
Okay, so with the word significant inserted there, so the council accepts that no significant issues or risks were identified. Any other speakers? No? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? That's carried. Okay, so we move on to item 9.3. We're on page 127. So Matt is joining us here.
So good afternoon, Your Worship and councillors. This is the PowerPoint presentation or in relation to the work that was done on the finance and cost that remain with council work stream. Just before we set off, a reminder that the brief given was don't overlook, don't overcook. So probably highlight there'll still be a number of items that need to be worked through the establishment phase that will be the details of it. But this is to highlight whether there's any red flags that were fronted as a result of that work. Next. So the three key things were the confirmation of the debt of the respective councils that would be transferred across to the waters entity, assets and valuations, and then the financial considerations for the establishment phase of the entity. So in terms of the waters debt confirmation, an external independent was asked to come in and validate those numbers. As you see above, they came in and were able to validate for Western Bay down to virtually zero, so a 0% variation, and for Tauranga City 1.3% variation, I believe. So from a concern point of view, there was overall comfort that the debt that each council was attributing to those water services was materially correct. Thanks. The other thing you'll see was the difference in the allocation of the debt versus the assets. So at 30th of June 2025, Tauranga City were at $489 million of debt attributed to the assets, with a value of 2.86 billion, which showing a 17.1% debt to asset value. That's by contrast with Western Bay being at 151.3 million of a $514 million of assets. So implying there's quite as much more debt to the relevant asset values. Much of that is due to the timing of the valuations being performed. TCC had just recently performed their valuation, and these numbers that were reported for Western Bay were prior to those valuations being complete. The note there does highlight that Western Bay's asset values increased by 285 million over that number as a result of the valuation. So quite a significant increase. And that has brought that 29.4% down to about 23%, which we'll cover off when we get to the valuation element earlier. Probably another key thing to note and highlights the difference between Tauranga City being a large metro and Western Bay being a largely disaggregated rural community with pockets of urbanisation, is that debt allocation to waters is very, very high for Western Bay at just under 86%, whereas the city's at just under 35%. We have had comfort from MAFIC and DIA that that's broadly consistent with other large rural district councils, isn't unexpected. Obviously, the other key thing is that the assets being transferred across are the single largest asset and will drive the majority of the work of that organisation. So that misalignment of the valuation needed to be addressed. So there's been broad agreement that all the assets would be valued on the same day, 30th of June 2027, in anticipation of the assets being transferred across on the 1st of July, that the same value would be used on a consistent methodology to really show a direct comparison of what those values of those assets are. And there's also a further recommendation that each council gets a peer review done to make sure there's really sound comfort that the asset values are correct with what's been transferred across and nothing gets missed. The other key thing that will need to be addressed is the confirmation of any assets that may remain with council, whether it's land, specifically around some of the stormwater related reserves and things like that, that will need to be worked through, and those values fairly reflected in those assets. And again, at this stage, there have been no red flags identified through that process. Just draw your attention to the fact that the information that's been provided was effective of 30 June 2025, and there will be 2 full financial years prior to any transfer of those assets in the establishment of the CCO and it becoming operational. So those numbers will change quite significantly on both sides. The LGFA is able to provide debt facilities for the organisation, and that has been confirmed through a number of different channels, and the LGFA were here to present last week to the Audit, Risk and Finance Committee. In terms of how the treasury will be managed and the debt structure will be managed, at this stage, both councils have been advised by the shared treasury provider being Bancorp that should remain within our current policies as adopted. And then once those debt is transferred across, the water services entity will have an appropriate debt book that they then can deal with and restructure as they see fit, and in terms of the useful lives of those assets and what's appropriate for funding those types of assets. One thing to draw your attention to is the TCC reserves. At this stage of the debt number that TCC are proposing to transfer across, it does include these reserves, so effectively funds in surplus. One is for a stormwater reactive reserve of 14.5 million, and that's to do with a specific targeted rate that the city has levied for storm events and how to manage storm events in those reserves. A biosolids reserve of 5.8 million and a wastewater enhancement reserve of 0.8 million. They haven't made a decision yet on whether they will retain those reserves within council or whether they will go back and stay with the entity. Should the city decide to retain those those reserves within council, the debt that they transfer across to the entity will increase by those values. Councillor Joyce.
The first one, it seems to be misnamed. The second one seems to relate to the Chapel Street wastewater treatment plant. Is that correct? I think we discussed that at the joint working group. Yes. So every few years they're going to clean out the sludge. So they save up and do that. Now, it doesn't worry me if they need to keep that in the council, Tauranga Council, because their debt's horrendous. I'm not sure it'll make much difference. But we just need to make sure that where that happens, that it doesn't cut across our contractual arrangements for Chapel Street, and that it stays on their side. You know, when they retain funds, that the impact stays on their side of the ring-fenced entity. Because we don't want to have a situation where having a contractual arrangement, we end up paying twice. That would not be fiscally responsible for our ratepayers.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Matt, you said that the valuations would be done on the same day, and we've done ours. We've done ours?
We've done ours for this financial year as part of our standard accounting processes. For the transition of the assets to the waters entity, they will be done 30th of June 2027.
At the same time, TCC yes. will do it as well.
Correct.
Councillor Coxett.
Just a real quick question. What do the valuations cost? Because we're proposing two, aren't we?
This year's valuation for 3 waters was $60,000. Yeah, so.
And we'd get a peer one as well, wouldn't we? So another 120.
I wouldn't anticipate a peer review would cost
as much.
As much. It would be a high level.
But it's not a separate independent then. It's just a peer review of that.
Peer review.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
And that's yet to be confirmed as to whether it needs to go that far. We've obviously got a benchmark as well for ourselves this year as effectively a peer review if we're going to another firm, for example. So we just need to see what the pathway is. We need to go out for a formal procurement process to do the joint engagement as well. So,
okay, Karen, Matt.
So it was broken into two sections, one around the financial due diligence. So that was the end of that report. The next report deals with the costs remaining with council, aka stranded costs. So is everyone happy to move on to this one, or any further questions on the finance report, due diligence? Okay, so we'll move on the costs remaining with council. So both councils worked together to identify what their likely costs were that they were going to incur and would be transferred to the entity and potentially ring-fenced as part of that establishment phase for a period of time until the ring fencing is complete and harmonisation. As you can appreciate with TCC, being a large organisation, they have a much larger cost base to deal with, and their stranded costs were anticipated to be somewhere around $10 million. Ours are anticipated on day one to be about $1 million, and then with a plan to reduce that to $500,000 or less over a 12-month period of time once we've been able to understand the impact. There are a couple of costs that would be incurred irrespective of how this entity was stood up, whether it was a joint CCO, a standalone CCO, or even an in-house CCO approach. And that's the requirement for separate governance and management. So your board of directors, your CEO, and that senior management level, and that's been estimated to be around the $3.6 million for all of that. And at this stage, with the joint CCO, those costs would be jointly shared between both councils. The whole intent with looking at what costs would transfer up into the water CCO is around how do we make sure that the entity is successful on day one, and we're removing as many barriers of risks as possible for the incoming management team and board of directors so they can focus entirely on making sure this is delivering what it's supposed to be delivering, which is, you know, clean, effective water delivery and a resilient infrastructure. And that did mean there were some additional costs that the board and the management would have to be aware of and make some decisions down the track how to best optimize that. And that included things like location. So the current proposed approach would see some of the staff co-locating at 90 Devonport Road, and depending on further decisions made, there could be some located here at Western Bay, but there is some cost associated with that. So I'm happy to take any questions on the cost remaining with council before we move on to the Class B shares allocation methodology.
Are there any questions? No, carry on.
Through the Mayor. So the approach to the way that we're going to deal with voting and for our shareholding has been processed in two parts. So Class A, which was our control mechanism, which is around the way in which we're going to vote. And through the working group, the recommendation was that all parties received an equal vote, which is good. What we then needed to identify is in how we were going to measure the value of the transfer into the organisation. And so we've got this on a Class B share methodology. And then we had to consider what options were available to us as part of that methodology. And so we worked through with the working group a number of options, including whether you use a net assets basis, which provided for no impact on it from an accounting standpoint, or a hybrid approach, which means that we can consider things like the population, connections, as well as net assets, which gave us a slightly broader option. Or you could start to look at just connections only, and some of the water organisations around the country have adopted that approach. So there was many approaches to this. When we initially considered our Class B shares, we hadn't undertaken our revaluation, which once you apply your net asset as a methodology, that can move around. So there was a good robust discussion at the joint working group, and the recommendation from them at the end of the process was to move forward with a recommendation of a net asset approach, which will see at this point in time, it will see Western Bay have an approximately 22% effective economic ownership of the entity. But that may move next year when both parties do the revaluation in full together at the same time with the same provider. Happy to answer any questions.
No? Okay. I'm conscious that those kind of issues were in the commercial terms as well. So I don't know how, it's good to have a good overview. I'm not sure that's the right time to debate it, to be honest, but Deputy Mayor.
Just want to say thank you for the detailed work that you're giving to us. It's helpful.
So councillors, the next topic.
Do carry on.
The next topic is one of the more challenging areas, and this is around the cross-boundary issues with TCC in particular. The principles of growth, pay for growth is consistent across both councils, and paying the fair share is, I think, where there might be a bit of sticking point. TCC.
Sorry, Councillor Joyce.
I just want to check, are we dealing with this now or are we dealing with this as a separate item? Because we're going
So
to deal with
this
it twice.
is recommendation number 3. So this is sensible to discuss, to at least have the presentation now.
I'll just through the mayor. Yeah, so just a little bit of context. Obviously, due diligence is working through things that may impact the final decision of proceeding or not. It was raised in the asset management and operations due diligence report that there was a matter raised in that particular area, and it kind of flagged it through as a red, being, we just need to be able to know, or the water organisation needs to know where it might stand in terms of access to infrastructure. We then identified that through the finance work stream as well, where it may impact on the financials of one or other of the organisations. And so that's why it has been escalated for discussion at this point in time. You'll see that this has been a late additional paper that came through yesterday to council, and apologies for this. It has been worked through with both sides over the last week, and we just wanted to make sure that this was being considered as part of this conversation. And so, as Matt has pointed out, we do agree on a number of areas in terms of cross-boundary, and it is provided for in the Local Government Act. The Local Government Act sees at section 17 where there's an expectation that councils work together and provide services, and that's the most cost efficient and effective for the ratepayer. And so that's one way of, we organise contractual arrangements when we do cross into another person's boundary, or we might actually put in infrastructure for Bay Park, etc., where we'll actually share some of that cost, noting that our ratepayers will get benefits. So what we were identifying here is that we've got a number of future developments, which as a water organisation, they may need to consider access to the infrastructure and what that might look like. So what was being discussed as part of this particular matter is whether or not there should be any other considerations given, including non-waters related matters as part of this decision process. And so we could, I don't really want to carry on, Matt, but where we've got to today is a paper which has got some recommendations from our friends Tauranga City Council, with kind of a proposal and way forward on this basis that we believe, or they believe, could be approved by both councils. And we were asking as the input as to whether or not this council either accepts those recommendations or wishes to make alternative recommendations as a way forward.
Thank you. We'll keep it to questions at this point, but Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Joyce.
I can't talk about what's in committee, but I certainly am very concerned about the cross-boundary issues. TCC have got an arrogant approach and seem as though
So keep it to questions at this point, Deputy Mayor. So save it for the debate.
Right.
You don't have to ask a question if you don't want to.
I'd like to know what the cross-boundary issues have to do with the water supply of our assets.
Deputy Mayor, I think that's a really good question. I'm not sure it's a staff to answer that one. I think it's maybe better asked of our friends down the road at TCC. I believe the staff view is that it should not be factored in whatsoever, and we should only be looking at anything that affects the waters entity and keep it strictly to waters, not letting it transfer across into something that may or may not be directly linked to the waters organisation and the provision of waters infrastructure.
Through me, I'll just add to that. You'll see as part of the attached paper that we did get legal advice in terms of the responsibilities of the water organisation and what the Act sort of expects.
Should you wish me to formalise that, sir, I'm happy to do so with a recommendation.
Well, when we come to it, we can do that. Councillor Joyce.
I'm just interested in the last bullet point, because there are agreed arrangements. They're in the rate, A, they're in the Rating Act, and B, yeah, in the past we have arrangements in place, including ongoing arrangements for helping to fund Bay Park. So I'm just really confused by that last bullet point. I don't think it's correct.
Councillor Joyce, I think this is in relation to the particular discussion point that we'll get onto around whether it should be included in the waters entity set up or not. You're quite right, though. We do have one live cross-boundary agreement that's functional and has functioned for many years, which is the Omokoroa treatment plant, and we have contributed in the past to the likes of Bayway.
And also the Tauronga's water supply is in our district, and Bay Park and TECT. There's lots of arrangements.
Councillor Alvin.
Unsurprisingly, yet again, I'm confused. We're only agreeing to have this so we can have a conversation about it, because I'm a bit in Councillor Murray Benj's view, and it was Meatloaf that said, you took the words right out of my mouth. So I think that we do need to have a conversation, but from my perspective, it's probably quite a short conversation.
Miriam?
So councillors, this is actually dealing with the due diligence issues. This was a late due diligence issue that cropped up. So we've included it in our assessment because we need to consider all of the issues. And so we're dealing with it here. In terms of your view on that particular due diligence issue, we've got that separate paper which is up for discussion. But I think this introduces it because this is how it came into being considered by our council.
Okay. Matt, Carol.
Thank you, Worship. So happy to move on from that, noting that we're probably going to have some lengthy discussion about this at the next item.
Could I ask Miriam, why?
I think it's important that we note all of the things that we considered and the things that we thought were important and have reported back to you. And then primarily for everything else, we've pretty much resolved all of those issues with TCC. This is an issue that requires some separate focus.
Okay, Karen.
So, Worship, that's it from me from the finance due diligence perspective. Happy to move on.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take the recommendations in parts. 1 and 2, then 4 and 5, then 6 and 7, and then 8, and then go back to 3. Okay. Before we go to 3, I would like to we'll adjourn for afternoon tea and just clarify where a few things are. Okay. So with that, may I have a mover and seconder for recommendations 1 and 2, which has received the report, and this one's of high significance. Councillor Ray, a question.
Sorry, late question. If something's of high significance, does that not require sort of consultation with the public?
Usually does, and we have, but I think that Ariel probably wants to cover that off.
So in accordance with our significance and engagement policy, just because it is deemed high does not necessarily mean that that particular decision needs consultation or engagement. What it's important to think about is how we've got to a particular position. So the consultation that we had was on the decision whether or not you wanted to create a multi-council water organisation that then formed the Water Services Delivery Plan. We used the Water Services Delivery Plan. This is what's informing this part of the discussion. So the decisions that required engagement have already been made. That doesn't detract from a decision being of high significance in itself.
Okay. Okay. Deputy Mayor? Happy to move. Okay. Is there a seconder, please? Councillor Sol. Assuming I don't want to debate this anymore, I'll put the mic. Oh, please do. Go on.
I think, sir, that once again, the financial matters to the community. I'm grateful for our staff and giving us the details and keeping this debate as open as we possibly can. So I think the whole thing is of high significance, and I'm glad it's been acknowledged in the monetary side at least.
Thank you. And with that, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So now recommendations 4 and 5. I just note with number 4 that would anyone who moves like to add the word significant to the issues? No significant issues, which would jeopardise. Yeah, okay. Is that an indication of moving, Councillor Joyce? And Councillor Coxhead seconding. Any debate on this one? Put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. So now we move to recommendations 6 and 7, which are the costs and the principles. Mover and seconder for those, please. Councillor Alvin. And seconding, Councillor Dinsdale. Speakers? Rodney.
That million seems very light. And I've noticed comments from staff that the stranded costs are light because perhaps the waters organisation within our council has not been charged in the past its full share of overhead costs. So I would just caution against using that $1 million as a true estimate of our stranded costs. I think it's probably higher than that, which will make A, our job harder, but also B, require us to set a more ambitious target.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers, in which case I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Recommendation 8. This one probably speaks to your point, Councillor Joyce. You want to move it? Okay. Is there a seconder for this one? Councillor Dinsdale. Speakers? No, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Which takes us to item 3, and as I indicated earlier, we'll break for afternoon tea at this point and regroup at 4 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, councillors, we're back from afternoon tea. So we're on page 127 and we're looking at recommendation 3, which is the cross-boundary issue. This can be found in a separate paper, but also in more recent correspondence. Okay, you're going to bring it up. Okay. Okay. Do you want to introduce it, Matt?
Thank you, Worship. Councillors, Adele and I will tag team dovetail on this one. So if I just agree the context of how this has come about and why it's probably a really reasonably significant issue. There's currently 2 cross-boundary developments probably in the offing, one relatively small in size, the other one of some significant scale. The first one being Waikiki Road, which is the proposal to develop about 125 to 130 lots up Waikiki Road, which is immediately adjoining the Tauranga City boundary, and the developer is seeking to connect to Tauranga City water and wastewater. And in principle, the city are in agreement with that happening, but there has been some discussion around funding of other non-waters infrastructure and also ongoing rates for the support of that infrastructure. The other one is obviously the Bell Road partnership development, which sits just on the other side of Bell Road and adjacent to the city boundary, approximately 3,500 homes potentially, plus large retail industrial space that would potentially, in the future, one of the options to connect to some of the city's water infrastructure that's been provided. And again, the city are concerned about recovering their growth-related debt, not just in relation to the water space, but also roading and community infrastructure that they believe that the Western Bay ratepayer will naturally gravitate towards and use rather than the Western Bay provided assets. So that's the backdrop to it. And in the paper, it outlines that probably point 9 is the key, the options that they have considered, and I understand have also met this afternoon and passed resolutions on, which I'll now hand over to Adele.
Through the Mayor there, yes. And so what they were seeking to do was provide some clarity both for decisions that we made in relation to waters, but also then flowing on conversations that may impact their non-waters related infrastructure. And so for that reason, they've tabled the following recommendations that count. So these were going to the Tauranga City Council, and they're for us to consider and also to provide any feedback or recommended changes. So the following are the recommendations that came from TCC. That Council A approves progressing good faith negotiations with Western Bay Plenty District Council to agree 2 separate growth-related comprehensive funding agreements by 31 March 27 for future and current to be specified infrastructure, 1 agreement of each for 1 waters infrastructure and services and 2 non-water infrastructure and services. And B, agrees to the good faith negotiations being guided by the principles of 1, growth pace for growth, 2, water organisation foundation documents only deal with water growth issues, not other infrastructure, and 3, water organisation set up for success. And C, agrees to the good faith negotiations process steps to include 1, problem statement definition, development and agreed. 2, perspectives of each council shared, listened to and develop a pathway and options together. And 3, define the principles, process and arrangements that would be applied going forward. The one that relates to TCC only is the last one, which was D, commits to best endeavours negotiation to reach agreement with Western Bay Plenty District Council. And in the event that a resolution is unable to be reached by 31 March 27, Tauranga City Council will consider options to preserve its financial interests and ensure a fair and equitable position.
Councillor Joyce.
So that last one, what does that actually mean? What assets are they looking at? Do we know?
So Councillor Joyce, it hasn't been explicit in this resolution what they are looking to withhold or how to protect their interests, but it does give them the ability to make decisions in the 31st of March 27 to potentially withhold ownership of some of those assets that may prevent the likes of a Bell Road development from being able to access water.
I accept that the resolution is not specific, but there's been lengthy discussions about this. So we do know which assets they're talking about. So can we please name those assets as best we can?
So Councillor Joyce, originally it was around the Waiari water treatment plant, but my understanding now is it's changed from that to withholding access to a specific piece of pipe connecting to a piece of pipe. They haven't actually put it on the map and told us what it is.
So it comes out of the Waiari.
Yes, it does.
So it's a pipe attached to the Waiari. Okay. We have had a number of arrangements with Tauranga City Council in past years to deal with cross-boundary issues. Baywave, various libraries, I'm told. Tech Park is a joint venture. So we've dealt with this in a number of different ways. What mechanisms are currently in place to deal with cross-boundary issues?
So currently there's no specific mechanism in place or rating agreements or formalised agreements. Each one of them has been dealt with on a case-by-case basis. The Amakara pipeline, there was an agreement put in place in 2003. Around one, there was a contribution by Western Bay to an upgrade on the Chapel Street upgrade to help them cater for that additional capacity. And there's an annual volumetric charge that the Western Bay ratepayers pay for the usage of that capacity and what they provide.
But those agreements, even though they're ad hoc, have a statutory basis, right, in the Rating Act?
Through the Mayor, it comes through the Local Government Act under Section 17A to do with shared arrangements and agreements.
So there is already a structure in place.
That's correct.
Thank you. Councillor Danny.
Matt, could you just maybe explain what seems to be a bit of a dichotomy in terms of the recommendation B3, water organisation set up for success, versus the point D that we've just been discussing, and Tauranga City attempting to insert extra provisions to preserve their own financial interests rather than a fair and equitable position for both councils.
Through the Mayor, so the Water Services Act is its own set of legislation, and as part of that whole process and doing the founding documents for incorporation, there is the ability for some decisions, as we've noted before, for example, the way in which we fund our stormwater can be left with the decision of council for a period of time. And so what the discussions to date have been is that there is no recommendation from our council to endorse an operational exclusion for the purposes of these cross-boundary matters. And so therefore we sought legal advice, which has been attached to this paper, which is trying to ensure that the water organisation has the ability to make the decisions that's appropriate for the wider sub-region. And so that's why we're saying that the water organisation is set up for success, that you're not actually even to seek full council approval on matters that should be left with the water organisation and its board.
Thank you. Councillor Dinsdale and Councillor Coxhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one question. It's in relation to paragraph 12. And it's C. So I know we can make amendments or suggestions in that. I guess for me, would there be a problem having a fourth conclusion? Where agrees to the good faith negotiations process steps to include the following. Well, one of the things I guess for me that I'm having difficulty with is that none of the documentation mentions the principles of natural justice. is there room for inclusion within this, or would we put it into the statement of expectations?
Through the mayor, so I mean, it could potentially be both. I mean, this particular matter was in relation to the cross boundary and kind of getting quite specific. But if you're talking general principles, the statement of expectations in a way forward there would probably be where I put it.
That, depending on what you're exactly trying to achieve, Councillor Dinsdale, I think the term good faith negotiations may cover that, but I'm going to be guided how councillors wish to reflect that. Councillor Coxhead.
So just to clarify for anybody that's watching this as well, and for me, so at the moment, either a TCC ratepayer or a Western Bay ratepayer accessing services from either side of either of our districts, the opposite, I mean. So libraries, it's parks and reserves, it's swimming pools, facilities like Tech Park, I guess is a reserve too, but but the structures up there. Is there anything else I'm missing there that, like, is there any other?
Through your worship, Councillor Coxhead, also things like boat ramps, walk-in cycleways, all of the recreation beaches, all of the recreation facilities. It's to encapsulate everything. And
so at the moment, we don't charge a TCC ratepayer for anything for that, and vice versa, correct, in terms of rating?
So the only, other than what we've talked about, the cross-boundary agreement is in relation to Tech Park, which is deemed to be a sub-regional park where it's a genuine partnership between the two councils, and we both annually fund 50% of the cost requirements of that together.
Presumably we own it together as well?
Correct.
Yes, it's a bit different again, isn't it? Yeah, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
There's more than that though, Matt. Hoohurua Park is a combined park. We do the management of it, but Tauranga is definitely involved. What's the other one? We've still got to go do the coastal agreement, but we haven't got that far. But there is another one as well, isn't there? I think.
Well, Hoover is a regional park, isn't it?
Deputy Mayor, I can confirm it's just those two parks where we have funding arrangements with TCC and ourselves.
Right. It's been a very good arrangement to date. And Tauranga City Council, for the representatives who are here today, you need to take back that we need Tauranga to be interested in what we're doing at that Tech Park. It is iconic development within our district for the benefit of the sub-region, and it's extraordinary. And I think I just love, we had a great arrangement in days gone by. We haven't got that now, Matt, and we should do. So I think this cross-boundary issue is one that's really quite critical. We can negotiate as much as we like, but at the end of the day, it's really important that we get it right. And I'm not sure that the negotiations being suggested by Tauranga at the moment have got it right at all. But I ask Miriam why I'm wrong.
I'm not sure that's her role to say why you're wrong, but do you want to have a go, Miriam?
In response, Deputy Mayor, I probably just would provide a general comment that on some of the comments that have been made. In the past, Western Bay has worked in with the city in terms of if there were major facilities provided, generally there was an agreed significant contribution towards those. And if we could work together on things, we would, which is where we went with Tech Park. There was also involvement of the regional council back in the day about a large regional park that we were going to be involved with them, that ended up being the Papamoa Hills. The regional council took over that. So we have worked on with the regional council on things as well. I just think another comment would be under the general principles in the Local Government Act and the Rating Act is it's understood in local government that the costs and services provided in a district or within a boundary are to be paid with by the residents within that area. And if there are rates for that, then they are to be maintained and stay in that district. And so there's not a provision to collect rates on behalf of another council and pay them, forever across a boundary. So there's an understanding that there are a lot of cross-boundary services provided across New Zealand in a number of ways. And this was to basically, when the Local Government Act was set up, to make sure that that was clear and there wasn't a lot of debate over those charges. So that's how rates are dealt with. In terms of boundary infrastructure and trunk infrastructure, there's already an existing allowance in the Local Government Act, which is what Adele alluded to, that you can enter into contractual arrangements, and we've done that on a number of occasions. So there's already those facilities, but the other concept is if one council was seeking contributions by rates from another council, that would mean that those rates would have to go, if you followed it through, would have to go to another council, and that the district council, for instance, would not be able to charge those again. And so then they would be short in terms of the rating that they would need to provide community facilities such as rec and leisure, anything, libraries and things. So the whole idea is the funding should sit where it is, so you've got clarity about what you're going to pay for. So I just wanted to clarify those things, that there's been a lot of work done on the Local Government Act over the years to make sure that we don't have these arguments about who pays for what, because we can deal with that contractually and we can deal with that in a considered way.
Councillor Sol and then Councillor Beach.
My question is actually, has TCC offered in any way to mitigate the situation as the development in Bell Road goes ahead, and it has shops and working, in light industry of some sort of commercial use, and whether they're happy to contribute towards our parks and reserves, etc., in that development? Because people close on the other side of the border, as such, on the other side of the road, are almost certain to want to go across to use those if they're closer. I just wonder, has that been covered in any way within their approach to us?
So, to your worship, Councillor Sol, there has been those discussions that it shouldn't be one-way traffic in that sense. So the intent of this agreement, certainly A to C, that good faith negotiation element around cross-boundary funding would the intent, certainly from a Western Bay perspective, make sure that it was going both ways. But I think it's more important what the point that Miriam has around the real risk is not on the upfront capital contribution. I actually believe the councils could probably agree on that reasonably well. It's about the ongoing rates. And if you think about that side of it, the operations and the renewals end up being significantly more than what the original capital expenditure would be, and it commits in perpetuity to providing that funding. And the real risk is should there be some agreement and there's some cross-boundary rates passed across, the shortfall that exists means we would then have to go and it will compound, we'd have to go and rate additionally. So there's a real risk that potentially some ratepayers might actually pay twice for the same service.
Councillor Beach and then Councillor Ray.
Yeah, more so clarification, getting my head around this than a question. The recommendations A, B, C, D, I'm picking TCC and trying to push all those through. Just a yes or a no.
That's correct, Councillor Beach. My understanding is they have resolved all of those and made an addition to B.
So to B, under the growth pays for growth, of created an additional principle of everyone pays their fair share.
Right, I could just about live with that. What I can't live is with the term saying non-water infrastructure and services. I really got to ask the question why that's even in there. Aren't we forming a CCO to do with water infrastructure and services? So I'm not happy with that little bit of wording in there.
Councillor Ray, and then Councillor Coxhead.
I just have a brief question. When did this sort of come to our attention? Has it come through just recently? Because I seem to remember this sort of water CCO business been going on for quite some time. And it just sort of seems like this is somewhat late in the piece of all. I understand we're going through due diligence and those things, and it's obviously come out of that, but it still seems right at the last minute. So I just wondered if you can clarify that, please.
Through your worship, Councillor Ray, that's absolutely right. That first actually came flagged as a significant issue and something that would have to be addressed due diligence about 2.5 weeks ago, 2 Fridays ago to be specific.
Yes, thank you. And that seems somewhat concerning. You know, we're talking about the wordings of good faith and the best endeavours. But to me, if it was always about the best for both councils and the people that are the ratepayers of that area, then I just really don't see how that's just come about just now. But obviously, that's not a question.
Councillor Coxhead.
Councillor Ray raises a very good question, to be fair. So my question is, why do we sign anything? Why do we rewrite anything? Why do we even go back on this? My view is we completely ignore it and don't go back and don't play any more games, because I wouldn't sign that. I'm pretty sure no one else in this room would. So let's get rid of it.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Well, we'll come to that once we make debate. I think just to give you a little view on where I am. I think, you know, it's a significant issue and it is in front of us, and we probably do need to respond in some form rather than just blanket completely. But we'll get to that undoubtedly. Deputy Mayor.
I am concerned that TCC has got it wrong again. And I look at a road, I can't talk about it, but that we've got a road in our agenda, and they're saying that they're responsible for transport. Well, that road is funded half by Western Bay and half by Tauranga City. And if you move along it, it becomes an arterial, and that belongs to central government. And so the theory that roading is something that transport is a no-no, my view is that's up for debate and seriously. And I think we've got to get round the table with Tauranga and sort this cross boundary out carefully and fairly. We're not having our ratepayers pay double and on anything. And I was here when Tauranga City Council came to us demanding $9 million for a contract that we had for a Mokoroa waistline into Chapel Street. And they thought that they could just give us another bill and that we'd swallow it. And our view was we have a contract and the contract is important. So this one has got to be sorted, and I just don't see how we can agree to anything tonight until we've got this cross boundary sorted to everybody's satisfaction, particularly our ratepayers.
Miriam.
I just wanted to clarify that Western Bay doesn't have an issue with paying for infrastructure that it needs from Tauranga City, and that would be done through financial contributions. So there's no debate that, you know, if we connect to infrastructure that's in TCC, that shouldn't be paid for. So when we talk about that, we're not talking about everything. I think we're talking at the edges, which is where this issue has come out about non-waters infrastructure, which has come into the conversation, which was not contemplated when we looked at anything to do with provision of waters infrastructure. So I just want to be clear that we're not debating all of the costs and things like that, because for the most part, we agree totally. It's just the other things that have come into the conversation that seem to not actually have a nexus with a water services organisation.
Councillor Daly, then Councillor Elvin.
Matt, I'm not sure we've talked about the issue and we've talked about examples. And I know Miriam just said the cost isn't really the issue, but we are talking quite significant costs that TCC are trying to recover from our ratepayers and our developers because of things like the Papamara East interchange, and maybe I'd be interested in some examples of the sort of costs we're talking about. I know we've sort of come to an agreement on Waikiki Road. That's a fairly straightforward example, but TCC trying to apportion the same methodology to other areas of the district, like Waireki South. I mean, that's clearly involved with the need for water from the Waiari or other sources. And but then there's Tauriko West as well, which has been added to this equation. So just wondering, is this setting a precedent that will that maybe will lead to perverse outcomes over time? And I do question the PEI, the Papamara East interchange funding model, because that would be over capacity by adding Waireki South. When Tauranga City, when they built that, before they built that, they offered the opportunity for Blue Haven to actually build the lead to Bell Road into our district for $20 million. And now the cost has gone up to $107 million. So I just find it really difficult that has grown so substantially. I'm not sure if you can answer that, okay.
So Councillor Daly, I can't answer the reason for the increase in cost, not having any visibility over that. But maybe if I could take you to page 13 of that agenda item, which TCC have highlighted, is should the Bell Road partnership development have that been inside the Tauranga City boundary, that they would, as of today, pay $93.4 million in development contributions. If it happened outside of it, under what would currently be proposed, is that Bell Road would pay for whatever they're connecting to. So if they were connecting into the water in its entirety for all of those sections this year, they would pay the $61.67 million. The rest of it would be not passed through to TCC, in particular the active reserves and the community infrastructure, which between them are just over $14 million. As for the Papamara East interchange, if we took the same approach, which has been taken with Waikiki Road, there was an independent traffic impact assessment completed, and that highlighted what capacity the development would use, and that was how the financial contribution transfer or development contribution passed through to the city was applied. So it was done on an evidence-based approach. I hope that answers the question.
I mean, I don't want to debate that one now, but I would like to see some solid evidence on the Papamara East interchange question at some point if this proceeds.
Councillor Alvin.
I think we need to acknowledge that we've made a bit of progress here, and it's been quite slow. Initially, the approach of TCC was to simply say, we're not going to connect, and we're going to use this as leverage to prohibit some of your ratepayers potentially committing and connecting to the water organisation. So we've moved through that a bit, and we're moving through it a bit more. Fundamentally, we've got an agreement here to agree. That's all we've got. Although, might I add, in paragraph D, for TCC, it's an agreement not to agree, and that concerns me. All we've got is an agreement to agree on a couple of separate issues. Now, it's stuck in my craw that they used non-waters issues as a leverage point on this. And I know all of us around the table do not find that as being in good faith. So fundamentally, we're asked to behave in good faith, but we're not being treated in good faith. So I think that's our obstacle. And I think maybe we need to get over that obstacle. And we cannot influence the behavior of anybody else. The only behavior we can influence is our own. So for me, the waters issues properly need to be resolved by agreement as part of this arrangement. I don't have a major deal, and we've talked about it, haven't we? There is a principle at play here where we need to have some discussions with TCC on those cross-boundary issues. We need to have that conversation. We've always said we're prepared to have that conversation. What is getting stuck in our craw yet again is they're leveraging that issue. And my point is, I'm not going to be prepared to get hung up by the fact as to what their conduct is or isn't. I'm happy that we have a discussion about the water and resolve that. I'm also quite happy separately to have a negotiation about some of the other issues. I don't mind. I just have to overcome the obstacle of the way they've treated us. And I don't want to be in a position where we end up with a gun held to our head. And at this point in time, the resolution still doesn't solve the issues that worry me. So until we get to that point, they solve the issues that worry me, then, you know, from my perspective, we're not going any further. But I think we need to get through those steps one by one. It's not about how much we pay, Grant. That's part of the negotiation. That's tomorrow's job. We're only addressing today's job today. And so I think those two agreements are okay. It's just how we agree. It's good faith, it's good faith, it's good faith. And then in D, it's, oh, well, we commit to it, but we'll reserve all our rights to ourselves.
I feel we're getting into a debate here, which is a nice little speech there, Councillor Alvin. But I see Councillor Cox had.
Go back to my point. This has nothing to do with the water service delivery plan. So why do we even take any notice of it? Because we can agree to everything else that, depending on how we vote. Why is this even an issue? If we do nothing, it doesn't jeopardize our decision on the water stuff anyway. This is something that's been introduced. That's not something that we introduced. I can't see why we don't just more or less tear it up.
Thank you. I think perhaps I'll ask a question of clarification from staff. I mean, if we did do nothing, I mean, TCC's got their resolution. That kind of puts us in a bit of no man's land as to direction for staff. Would that be a fair assessment, or what's because I think we do have to address it somehow.
Yeah, I mean, there was letters, but what that transpired as part of our due diligence was whether or not there would be an operational decision provision available to them under the Water Services Act. And that's why they sought legal advice as to whether or not that would be included now or not. So that's why it's part of this discussion, because the only time that you can have an operational matter considered as part of the founding documents is through establishment. So they've pulled back from that. And that's where we weren't prepared to go to. We didn't think it was the right pathway. And so this is on the table as an alternate pathway other than going to the founding documents.
So is this in the WSDP?
No, it's not in the Water Services Delivery Plan, but it's available through your founding documents and how you want to establish.
All right, then why don't we just write back no?
That's up to the politicians.
I'm feeling we should get to an actual debate rather than carrying on asking questions that end up being speeches. So there was a recommendation which councillors have seen. I can think perhaps put it on screen at this point, which takes TCC's recommendation and edits it somewhat.
Through the mayor, just note that under B, they've now got a new 2, which everyone pays their fair share.
Yep. I mean, we can agree on that or not. I'm not sure it's a hugely meaningful bit, but so essentially, just to make it clear for everyone, in case they haven't read it, instead of there being two separate growth-related comprehensive funding agreements, i.e. for water infrastructure and services, and non-water infrastructure and services, we now have it relating just to waters infrastructure and services. And then a change at the part D, where instead of TCC considering options to preserve its final interests and ensure a fair and equitable position, we have Western Bay of Plenty District Council and TCC will enter into mediation and, if necessary, escalate it to arbitration. I'm happy to accept movers and seconders for that. Councillor Joyce, would you like to move that? Deputy Mayor, would you like to second that? Okay. You certainly can.
So, to me, this issue is like a prenup. You know, a prenup agreement for a marriage. One party believes they have assets, and if it all falls apart, they want to protect those assets. I get that. Tauranga City has invested millions in the Waiari water scheme, and part of that is to allow for future housing growth within the city, principally the Tutumu proposal. They're worried on the waters front that if the water is used for another big subdivision, they will not have that water available that they need for Tutumu. This is an issue we need to resolve, the water side of it, and it should not be actually too hard to fix by putting the onus on the waters company to provide for future growth, including a list of currently planned projects. We are offering to negotiate as per this resolution if we pass it. Well, what is different here, and Graham's already alluded to this, is that TCC wants to go into these discussions with a gun to our head. If we don't do what they want to unilaterally pull the plug on the negotiations and take operational decisions on behalf of the waters company, leaving them with the option of refusing to supply water to a new subdivision. We've offered good faith negotiations, and if we get stuck, if we pass this, to go to mediation and then, if needed, arbitration. But TCC has actually informally rejected arbitration. And yet they appear to be saying that they're worried we don't want to resolve the issue. Actually, we've got a path to resolve the issue. It's TCC that's ignoring that path, other than that they can do what they like. That is illogical, and as Graham says, that is not good faith. TCC wants the ultimate leverage so they decide what they want when at a time when it is too late for Western Bay to look at other options. They seem more interested in leverage than good faith, and that is no way to write a prenup. But it gets worse. Tauranga, as we've heard, wants to tie in some cross-border funding issues that have nothing to do with waters. Effectively to tie the operations of the waters company to issues that have nothing to do with it. There are already ways of resolving such issues. We've heard about them under the Local Government Act and the Rating Act, and we've done it before. We've used these in the past, and we've contributed as Western Bay to Tauranga projects. We have a history of working to resolve cross-border issues on an ongoing basis using the existing provisions. And yet we're being told that TCC doesn't think there's a system. And TCC wants more. They want, again, on this issue, to also hold that gun to our head. They're not talking about planning together. They seem to want to build whatever they like and then later send us a bill for assets already built. TCC talks about fiscal responsibility to its ratepayers. Well, what about our fiscal responsibility to our ratepayers? We cannot sign a blank check or even a long series of blank checks to another council. I would also note that clause 9.9 of the Simpson-Grierson legal advice to TCC also rejects their argument. I can read it if you like. We do not consider the council shareholders should properly use some other mechanism to direct the water organisation on operational matters such as the granting or refusal of network connections. The Tauranga's own legal advice doesn't like this idea. I do wonder if TCC's stance reflects what's on page 131 of our agenda, where it discussed the proportion of debt that transfers to the water entity if approved. So, as you know, 86% of our council's debt is to do with Three Waters. We've stuck to our knitting and invested in our core infrastructure over many years. The equivalent figure for TCC is just 35%. So that council has raised massive amounts of debt for non-waters assets that will still be in its lap. I'm sorry, but it is not the job of our ratepayers to bail out TCC's debt hangover. One other thing we should look at is this. Te Tumu could be years away. So the Waters Company may need to borrow some Waiari water ahead of time for other homes and then come up with a further solution once Te Tumu is ready to go. Stopping such a flexible operational decision by the water organisation could well end up costing our ratepayers and Tauranga ratepayers extra millions of dollars. This is what is being argued. Even more important, as Margaret likes to remind us, our region is chronically short of houses, and governments of all stripes have told us build more houses. In fact, Section 17 of the Local Government Water Services Act requires water companies to support housing growth. The Tauranga City Council position basically means we'll be able to step in and stop houses being built. How does that help the affordability and supply of new houses for the people of our wider region? So what do? We should talk about waters assets and issues under the Waters CCO proposal and deal with any other issues separately. This is a waters debate. We're setting up a waters company. We need to stick to the waters, and that's why I've moved this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce.
Very, very difficult, sir, to improve on that. But I'm back at the love affair rather than the prenuptials. And I think that they're not such bad people in Tauranga City. We've got most of them round the table. And we should be able to work together in a constructive manner that leaves everybody satisfied with the outcome. And so cross boundaries is an issue that, sir, we've got to actually resolve. And I don't think we can do it today. I think with your skills in negotiation and with the right hand person by your side in Miriam and Matt and Adele, we've got the team to actually sort this out. And I hope that Tauranga City actually is listening to this, because we can't afford to have our ratepayers stop developing where they need to. And if Seddon Street goes through, and it could, and it would save the awful issue of chaos in Te Puke and a number of other roads, it would in fact challenge the Te Tumu development. And that's something that is still to be decided. But I accept what Councillor Joyce is saying. This is about water and water services and making sure people get it in a cost-effective manner. And the more bureaucracy we put in place, the more we argue, the costs go up. And so, for goodness sake, if the two gentlemen sitting at the back could just tell their council to sort themselves out, because we're happy to negotiate, but we want it and it's fair and reasonable for everybody. So, Mr. Mayor, it's over to you and our chief exec and the two men sitting at the back to make sure we have a better cross-boundary solution by the time we get to the 2nd of April.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Other speakers. Councillor Salt and Councillor Daly.
Thank you, sir. Basically, I look at this and it's pretty poor. I do actually wonder whether these are people that actually want to have partners, because they don't certainly seem to want to treat you in a fair and even way. They just are not doing a very good job of it, if that's what they say they want to be. I also look at it and say, we all are requiring to build homes, something that is really important in this district. Here we are potentially with a fairly good sized subdivision potentially going ahead, and I'm sorry, I will say a gun is being held to our head about this one and about perhaps not supplying water to it. I just can't understand in some ways, in fact, that a lot of these people are likely to be some of Tauranga's workforce. Tauranga's people as well. They might be on our side of the boundary. They may work in Te Puke. They may work in Hamilton. I don't know. Do we want to start looking at that one as well? Cross boundaries. But it just seems to lose a whole Western Bay, and I'm talking about the sub-region type of unity that I believe we need if we want to progress and develop properly, which we're being encouraged and told to do. I just say we're codependent. We need to work together. We surround Tauranga as a district. We're our porters. Out in those paddocks, out in Te Puke, out in Karikari, are where a lot of the kiwi fruit, probably the key thing that happens to keep Tauranga's infrastructure and so on working, comes from as well. That codependence is there. And I just do not feel that we're being treated well. I will find it very difficult to support anything that creates this type of split between us. No, I'm sorry, sir. I have to go with where we're at and the motion to not support what Tauranga wishes to do to our ratepayers.
Thank you, Councillor Sol. Councillor Daly.
Look, I don't want to add too much to what's already been said. Rodney, laid it all out pretty clearly. I do want to reflect on the original resolution provided by, or recommendation provided by Tauranga City to us to include in our agenda, and the distinction in point D, 3D, where their initial statement is TCC, in the event that a resolution is unable to be reached by 31st of March 2027, TCC will consider options to preserve its financial interests and ensure a fair and equitable position. I mean, that's fine for them, but obviously I don't know if we can agree to that. And our preferred wording, our alternative wording is Western Bay and Tauranga City will enter into mediation and if necessary escalate to arbitration. So their resolution is really aimed at their own self-interest, whereas we've identified a pathway for resolution, which I think is a much more good faith starting position. I know that we have a lot of discussion in the back rooms in the Mayor's office to try and come up with some wording, and to be honest, I was quite flabbergasted, to be honest, with that process. But I guess that's you got to start with something and you've got to try and hammer something out. But so I know that the concept or the idea of being escalated to arbitration was absolutely like holding a cross to TCC, and they really didn't want to go there. And maybe that's because they realised that this is not something that would end well for them if they push their case on this one. So I think us being holding a higher ground and maybe looking at a reasonable wording is the way to go with this one. So I'm happy to separate out the waters and the cross-boundary issues for this particular resolution so we can move ahead with the water organisation.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. Councillor Cox.
I do wonder where this has all come from. I mean, it is very last minute and out of the blue. And I mean, the argument being that it's to protect the Tauranga ratepayer, but it also protects other people, of course, too. Presumably it benefits developers who work in both districts as well. So, as I say, I'm confused about this last minute, and why would you want to scupper something that was going very well in terms of collaboration? Why would you want to go and upend that? So we've talked about this being maybe a prenuptial that we're talking about at the moment. sadly for me, this is a marriage I'm not feeling that keen on embarking upon, nor do I want to consummate it.
Matt, did you
Sometimes you can't always get what you want.
follow that, Matt?
Thank you, Worship. I'm not sure I can follow that appropriately. But what I would just like to apologise for coming back a little bit, but to the Deputy Mayor's comment, I can 100% assure you that the two gentlemen sitting over here have conducted themselves exemplary and have absolutely had the best interests of this waters entity succeeding. So I just wanted to make that point. They really have conducted themselves exceptionally.
Mr. Mayor, I know that, but they also have an influence to knock their heads together at the other end. And so it's not a question of whether I'm critical of them. I just think they're two people, professionals, who've got an influence. And at the moment, we need all the influence we can get. And never mind consummating. I'm in a love affair and I'm not about to. And the next one is a divorce. And the divorce is something that we don't want. And we want to come to an agreement that everybody is happy with. And that there's no casting votes and that we've got it over the line with everybody in agreement. And that's my aim. And sir, I'm sure it's yours as well.
Thank you. Councillor Beach.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, these recommendations are not good at all. My councillor friend next door here wrote a beautiful novel and he executed it very well. But for TCC, for us to even consider them coming back to the table and sitting and talk to us, they've got to get over this cross-boundary and the non-water infrastructure issues. And let's get back to the basics of what we're here to do.
Thank you. I'll just say a few words. I have no problem of us paying our fair share for directly provided infrastructure, but it's not appropriate to use the connection of water to leverage money from Western Bay ratepayers for things that have nothing to do with waters. Growth pays for growth, and I have no problem with that, but there is a more fundamental saying, no taxation without representation. Beyond that, we must acknowledge the basic requirement to follow the law and the fundamental right of TLAs to rate their own residents. It does not provide for neighbouring councils to get to rate our people. I hope to resolve this issue with negotiations in good faith. I have had lengthy conversations with Mayor Mahi and others, and I want to do the right thing. I want to come to a solution that is the best for our sub-region, that is best for our people combined. At the moment, that seems quite difficult, but I hope we can get there. It doesn't seem beyond the bounds of possibility for the water organisation to fairly determine fees and charges and rates for customers that it has. Beyond that, non-waters infrastructure, as others have said, we can come to some arrangement on funding, jointly funding for infrastructure up front, that we have a hand in discussing, designing, planning, not for things that were already done or going to be done anyway and handing us the bill. So I think this resolution or recommendation, motion, leaves the door open, and I hope we can negotiate further in good faith. Thank you. Any other speakers? No? Okay. I'm not sure who you're replying to, but okay, go on.
I just look around the room and there's Te Puke representatives here. There's Te Puna representatives here. Traditionally, Tauranga rugby teams go across the border to get their asses kicked. We pay for those parks. There'd be a very sad Bay of Plenty rugby competition if it wasn't for Te Puna and Te Puke. Yeah, there's a lot of cross-border movement. It's not all one way. I noticed this week that Te Puke Community Hall Committee put a statement up on Facebook. Amongst other things, people were querying how they were doing their finances, and they gave a really good answer. And one of the things they said is, oh, it's actually a really popular hall with Tauranga people, probably because it's a bit cheaper. Don't know. But, you know, there's so many cross-border. But, you know, perhaps we should just have a rugby match. And Te Puna can pick whichever rugby club it likes in town and kick their butt, and that would resolve the issue.
Thank you. So with that, I'm going to put the motion, which is the amended version of TCC's resolution. Do you want to bring it up just so we can be absolutely clear what we're voting on? There we go. Right. And I will just highlight that the new 3B2 is in there. Okay. So I've not heard any dissent on that. So anyway, I need to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? It's carried, but it's been a division called. So all those in favour, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. And I think with that, we'll break for like a, I was going to say second afternoon tea, but have a wine if you like. No, we'll break for another break, have another stop, and at 5:15 we'll be back. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could I just make a
The way that they read the section, sorry.
Okay, welcome back, councillors. We're on to item number 9.4, discussing the commercial terms. Page 185 onwards. Okay, so before I hand over to Adele and Charles to introduce, I will say that this has been the culmination of many meetings where we have sought to agree a consensus, or what at least the majority can live with. There's 46 or so terms, and recognise that you will never have unanimity on everything. But this is the joint working group's best shot at that. So hoping we won't have to relitigate too much, but if you have any concerns or changes that you feel are essential, then we can work through those. Okay, so with that, I'll hand over to Adele and colleagues.
Through the Mayor, yes, the commercial terms have been undertaken over quite a lengthy period with the joint working group, and I would like to introduce both Charles and Tyler to you today. They have been representing both councils through this process, and to Matt's point earlier, have done an amazing job, outstanding job of compiling all the options available for consideration as part of this process. There were 46, 47 items and matters that were being progressed. And as I mentioned earlier, these are going to inform the founding documents, including the Constitution, and how we're going to set up and establish. And that's why they were all important points considered at this point in time in advance of the final decision, to make sure that we did have complete alignment. I will hand over to Charles and Tyler just to walk us through this. I just also note that on the council website, there's a lot of the background detail. There's another 500 pages in addition to the agenda items that's sitting on our website that we just thought was appropriate just for information, because you will see that as we step through the various options, further information came back at future meetings, and there was a lot of detail to support the decision-making and the consensus. Not decision-making, the consensus and recommendations to council today. But Charles, thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Your Worship, and good evening, councillors. I think that's a really helpful introduction, and we don't intend to take you through chapter and verse what is set out in the commercial terms. We've had numerous joint working group meetings, and I understand you've had individual meetings as well. So today is really about presenting the consensus of the joint working group on the 46 commercial terms. And these are recommendations from your colleagues. Staff have presented their reasonable options. They've been debated at length, and Tauranga City Council, Western Bay and Tangata Whenua have reached a consensus on 45 out of the 46 commercial issues. There is one issue where a consensus could not be reached, and that is in respect of Class A voting shares. And so you'll need to give direction on that particular issue in accordance with the terms of reference. The positions on the Class A shares issue are that Tauranga City Council, Western Bay are of the view that Tangata Whenua should not be a Class A shareholder. Tangata Whenua are of the view that it's legally permissible and therefore would like to be a Class A shareholder. And that is an issue that you'll need to give direction on today. In addition, you'll need to give direction on the balance of the commercial term sheet. As Adele has noted, that commercial term sheet will form the basis for the drafting of the foundation documents, which is the shareholders agreement and the Constitution. In the event you elect to proceed on the 2nd of April, it's likely that those documents would take a couple of months to prepare, and they would come back to the respective councils for final sign-off and approval, hopefully to allow incorporation around the 1st of July 2026. which would give a 12-month runway through to the water organisation becoming live on the 1st of July 2027. So your colleagues down the road at Tauranga City Council have approved the commercial term sheet with 2 very minor exceptions this morning. That is in respect of commercial term 17, and this is not an amendment to the commercial terms. They have just chosen to formally record their position that on the joint working group, the 3 representatives.
What do you mean the joint committee?
On the joint committee, the 3 representatives from Tauranga City Council will be elected members. And Western Bay and Tangata Whenua can choose to elect who they want to within the scope of the commercial terms. I think we've worded it that at least 1 elected member must be, at least 1 representative on that joint committee must be elected member, but representatives 2 and 3 could be one of either elected member, a senior council officer, or an independent expert. So Tauranga City Council has chosen to give some direction on that issue. And the other commercial term that they have noted as wanting to revisit is commercial term 44. And that is in respect of the selection of the chair of the board of directors. So there was direction from the joint working group that the directors themselves would appoint their own chair, and Tauranga City Council has formed a view that no, that is a decision that should be reserved for the shareholders, being Tauranga City Council and Western Bay. So those are the 2 issues that came out of this morning. Tauranga City Council have confirmed their view that Tangata Whenua should not be a Class A shareholder, and that should only be reserved for councils. With that, we're happy to take any questions or answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Charles. I would hope there's not too many questions at this point, because I know we'll get straight into the debate. So if there really are any questions about the process or perhaps what TCC did, then please shout out. Otherwise, we'll move into, we won't go line by line, but we'll seek expressions of anything you want to debate, okay? But I see that Councillor Daly wants to ask a question.
Well, it was regarding point 17, commercial term 17, and I have circulated proposed amendments, and I would like to foreshadow that I'd like to make.
So there's the question, please.
That I would like to move the 3B at some point when we get to that. And my question is, the Western Bay of Plenty appointment preference is for an elected member or an independent expert or a senior council officer. So
Councillor Daly, I'm going to hold you up here. That we can debate in the particular item. Is there a question for you, I'm saying particularly perhaps around the process or what TCC have done, and then we'll come to these line by line.
Okay, well, I will do it in the line by line.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for us? Okay, so look, I'll walk through.
But I'd just like to say cross-boundary negotiation should be quite easy when you've got such sensible decisions coming from TCC.
Thank you, Margaret. Okay, right. I'll go through in numerical order. If I've missed anyone, please shout out, okay? Or missed anything that you wanted to do. So the first one that I have is Councillor Daly has mentioned around number 4, term number 4, which is on page 203. Okay.
Would you like me to, through you, Mr. Mayor, outline
and change and move it, and then we'll see if you've got a seconder.
Okay, I'm proposing an amendment that instead of option A in the right-hand column, that we go with the original option A. And the reason for that is that, well, you can see the difference there is that option A in the right-hand column and allows the opportunity to provide operational direction with respect to stormwater charging only, whereas the original option as originally proposed allows operational matters, including charging, in brackets, are set by the Water Organisation Board with some operational direction from the shareholders. So I've always been of the opinion that we should retain some operational direction from the shareholders at this early point in the process because of the uncertainty around stormwater and it's been such a big debate and issue around the country about whether stormwater is actually part of the three waters to transfer to a CCO or remain with councils, and the fact that we really don't know what we don't know yet about stormwater and how much direction we need. We should retain the right to ask for rather than just handing it straight over to the directors at this early point. I mean, I understand that could change down the line, but at this stage, I would just prefer the option to be retained.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Cox head? Seconded? Okay. Sure.
In the box there, it says TCC's full council has requested further advice on this prospect. And it seems that note 6 seems to suggest they still, as of February 10th, wanted further information from staff. So we have a couple of TCC people here. So where has TCC landed on this, please?
TCC considered the issue of stormwater on the 10th of February. At that meeting, they resolved to move stormwater to the water organisation, consistent with Western Bay. A large portion of the debate on that day centred around charging for stormwater, and essentially the position is that a water organisation has to move off a capital-based charge, but they've got 5 years to do that. And so there are a multitude of other metrics that you could use to build up a charge. So this is an issue that will be grappled by water organisations all over the country. It's not an issue that needs to be resolved today or even tomorrow or in 18 months' time, but it's something that the water organisation will need to address in the near future. And really, this is about Tauranga City Council getting further direction on what those metrics might look like in the future. And we also discussed the possibility of a pass-through charge, which is effectively where the water organisation would render a single charge to TCC, and then TCC would rate the equivalent of that single charge from their ratepayer base. It's not something, it's one of those things that it's technically legally permissible, we think, but it's not consistent with how the Act has been framed.
So,
Councillor Joyce.
Yeah, sorry, a note 6 to that, at the bottom of the page. TCC also requested further information from staff about the issue that Councillor Daly is raising, which is operational input. So I fully understand the charging side of it. We had some charging issues around stormwater as well that I'm very passionate about, but it seems, it looks like TCC, looking at the bottom, a note also went beyond charging and looked at operational input as well. Did that end up that part of it?
So I actually don't think they've made any direction other than for staff to report back, in the sense that if there's going to, well, we've talked at length during the joint working group around how the statement of expectations is really a high level document. You can't get into the nitty gritty of how the water organisation is going to run day-to-day business. If on stormwater charging, you said, so effectively, what you would need to do is negotiate what we've referred to as a carve-out in your founding documents to identify where the shareholders can have more operational input. TCC has asked staff to report back on that particular issue with respect to stormwater charging only. If there is not a carve out in the founding documents, the best the shareholders could ever say in the statement of expectations would be to say, you need to keep stormwater charging affordable. They couldn't go the next step, which would say, we want you to keep stormwater charging affordable, and we want you to use metric X, Y, and Z to build up the charge. That's the difference, and that's what TCC has asked us to report back on.
And just sorry to just note that, Mayor, is that with the statement of expectation, and I know that Charles has talked to this often, is that the water organisation must give effect to that, and so that rather than necessarily, carving out a whole lot of different measures in terms of operations, which obviously we would like the water organisation to stand up in its own right, then you have another mechanism under which to, seek some clarification, provide some direction to the water entity.
I'm going to speak to this one. So I think there's a real danger here that we prevent the water organisation doing its job. This change that Councillor Daly has proposed would see us reaching back into the operational side of things. That is absolutely not our role. We are setting up this so it is run by experts who can work this through with their presumably extensive experience and knowledge and focus. I think there was some genuine concern around how to charge the stormwater. There's a lot of unknowns about that at the moment. And so the working group, I would say, reluctantly agreed to accept that. But I guess it's a useful mechanism to retain a little bit of control. But in terms of operational, stepping more into the operational side of things, I don't think that is what we should be doing at all. So I don't support this one. Councillor Joyce.
I'm just wondering how having operational input would work. So I'm interested if those that like the idea to speak to that. I mean, I'm involved along with others in the Waihi Beach Stormwater Group, and we don't tell the engineers that they must put a pipe here or a culvert here, and even quite vexing topics like removal of the dam. We've generally had to follow the engineering advice because people's lives are at stake, right? And if we ignore engineering advice, then it's really on our heads. So I'd just like to know what's intended, because the statement of expectations, we can say, look, you must deal with Waihi Beach's stormwater, and we can even set presumably levels of service, right? In terms of how many houses are allowed to flood, which is how we basically do it at the moment. We could say to them, look, you must deal with Makatu's issues, right? Because Makatu is very low lying. You must deal with the river through the middle of Te Puke. I'm fine with that level, but I'm not sure what this change would mean in terms of, are we going to try and tell them that, this motor camp must have this system and the culvert must go that way? I mean, I don't think I have the expertise for that.
Thank you. Councillor Sol.
Thank you, sir. Well, in part answer to the question just passed by my fellow councillor, basically, in the first instance, I really don't believe that stormwater should have been in there. So that's the first issue I have with this. And because it is in there, and to be honest, I would still rather see it pulled out, because I still believe we want to get it right the first time, not stuff it up as we are at present, I believe. But if that's the case, then I just feel we need to be able to give some direction greater than a high level, was the words used, direction. A high level isn't really going to be good enough, I don't think, for some issues. And I just feel that we need to get to that point where we can give further guidance than to the people doing that. Now, how I would relate that, we've got water regulators that are going to give us, we can tell them what we want to, we are setting up these terms of engagement as such, but there's somebody else going to be telling them what to do. It's being set elsewhere. The requirements are coming from elsewhere. And I feel we don't have a hell of a lot of choice. So to me, sir, I would be quite happy to support this, this recommendation, this change.
Thank you, Councillor Sol. Councillor Ray.
Yes, I too would support this. Most people know I haven't supported a lot of things on the table to date, but because I didn't support putting stormwater into a CCO, I like this one because it just further safeguards it just slightly. Because I understand not wanting to be fully in the operations because that's not the role, that's the reason why we're moving it out. But the statement of expectations too, I take that on board what you said, Rodney, but this just really protects it should we need to. I understand we can put in, you know, Makatu and the other examples that you gave, but what happens if we miss one or we don't see, we didn't see one of those at the time of writing the statement of expectations? So yeah, I just won't labour the point anymore, but I would support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Councillor Elvin.
Look, I think if you don't want stormwater in there, take stormwater out. I think what you've got here is a situation where you're saying, oh, we want it in, but we don't want it in. I have a real problem with this. I support Councillor Joyce's view. The other thing I'm concerned about is what would a shareholder and what would a director think about this position? And if you want to impose upon a director a certain way to attend to operational matters, are we also prepared to give an indemnity for those directors if they get it wrong? So I just think it's an interference that goes too far. I think the mayor may have alluded to the same thing. But if you make it, if you're not comfortable with stormwater going in, then stormwater shouldn't go in. But it doesn't seem to me a point to put it in and then tell the directors how many nuts and bolts they're supposed to put in the pipe. Because if you want to scrimp on that, then we have to be prepared to front up and say to those directors, we're telling you what to do, we'll indemnify you if you get it wrong. And I just think that's what I would want if I was a director sitting on there. Say, hold on a minute, you guys, you're going to tell me what to do, you can indemnify me for that.
Sorry, Graham, if I can interrupt just slightly. My understanding is we can't take stormwater out totally. And if we could, I would absolutely love to support that too.
I just think, Karen, like that horse may well have bolted, but I think to relitigate it through this back door.
Yeah, no, you're right. So through the water services delivery plan, stormwater is in with the CCO. But I think Councillor Elvin's point is well made in that this shouldn't be treated as a way to undermine that decision or relitigate it. Rightly, or whether you agreed with it or not in the first place. Just have that in mind. I'm not going to tell you how to think. I kind of have lots more. Go on, Deputy Mayor. Go on.
I've listened to the debate, and I certainly think that according to the Environmental Commissioner, that the pipe should be there, but whether everything else should be is another matter. I agree that we should not interfere with the directions of the directors once we create the CCO, but at the same time, it does give us an opportunity to say where we're not pleased. And that could be a wider issue actually than just this. I'm happy to support it.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Daly, and then I think we better move on to putting the motion.
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify, we're still suspended standing orders in terms of speaking rights. And,
we are, so I'm going to cut in there. We've got a number of issues, and if all 10 of us have a multiple goes at this, we're going to be here till midnight. So we could reinstate standing orders, or we could just sort of self-police and.
So once you've got a formal mover and a seconder, it's open for debate, and therefore you've got a right to reply.
Okay, no, I'm not disagreeing with that. That's why I'm saying that it's a Councillor Daly gets to speak anyway because he has a right to reply. That's no problem at all. But I'm just thinking ahead that if we have 10 of us talking multiple times on a dozen issues, give me a while.
did want to clarify, is this one substantive motion that I will only have one right of reply, or can I have a reply on each term? Because I'm the one that's proposed these and I know.
I think it would
Councillor
make
Cox has
sense to do it on
proposed
each one. It makes sense to do it on each one.
Thank you. Okay, so I've heard the concerns and I've stated already that this is a bit of a journey into the unknown. So I'm not suggesting that elected members have got the expertise to provide strategic direction on stormwater. But we do have a very good staff members, and you need to remember that we're not a homogenous metro with very little rural areas like TCC. We've got only 4% of our rural stormwater will transfer to the water organisation. So our transportation team needs to take care of our rural stormwater, and there may be some crossover from their point of view. So I just don't want to cut off our nose to spite our face. There's the issue of prioritisation, local concerns, and just retaining that right. We may never use it, but I just really don't want to throw it all out with this.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
My fellow councillor is not suggesting strategic oversight. He's suggesting operational oversight. That's significantly different. I mean, we've got strategic oversight. This is talking about operational, not strategic. So it's incorrect, Grant, when you say it is appropriate we have strategic oversight. We already have that. We do not need to make this alteration to get strategic oversight. You are talking about the nuts and bolts.
Councillor Elvin, we're straying from a point of order. I'm
a new boy, sir.
My apologies, Councillor Daly. There should be a right of reply, and then that's it. But we have this is if you start messing with standing orders, this is kind of thing.
Been one standing order.
Indeed. So yeah. Okay. So I'm going to put the motion. Sorry, you were going to continue.
I think I said I'm not suggesting elected members have strategic oversight or input, but we do have some significant operational concerns that may be addressed.
Okay, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour of Councillor Daly, it's been moved by Councillor Daly, seconded by Councillor Coxhead to, which is the left-hand column, option A, that operational matters are set by the board with some operational direction from the shareholders. All in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those against, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. So that's been carried. Okay, next item I had is item 12.
So this is another one I have proposed, if I can just start speaking through you, Mr. Mayor. So once again, for context purposes, we had a joint working group that was established with 5 members appointed for Western Bay, and I was fortunate to be one of them. Yes, the joint working group reached consensus on these issues. However, I really did think that we needed to test some of those consensus positions by the joint working group with the full council, because I believe there is a serious division within our council on a lot of these consensus issues that the joint working group reached. And this is another one, and that is instead of the it's about the shareholder involvement in amending and finalising the water services strategy for those following at home. And the consensus position was that the water organisation would produce a draft water services strategy, but the shareholders could provide comments but not amend the draft water service strategy or approve the final water services strategy. So my suggestion is just going with point C instead of point A in the left-hand column, and that would be an interim solution for the first water services strategy, where the shareholders could provide comments on the draft water service strategy, could require the water organisation to amend the draft water services strategy, and would approve the final water services strategy. It's an interim step that would probably be fall by the wayside after the first one. Just as another interim solution as we find our way into this new virgin territory.
Yeah.
Councillors, I would ask you to try and keep it as clean as possible and workable and practical. What it's looking like if you follow through with this is you're going to require oversight on everything, and I just can't see that that's going to actually be achievable. I think you need to decide whether stormwater's in or out, and you can't have a bet both ways. That would be my comment.
This one's not about stormwater, Miriam.
The one that was just discussed earlier, though, about stormwater, sorry, I just wanted to focus on that too.
So I guess the first question, is there a seconder for Councillor Daly on this one? No, so fails for want of a seconder. Okay, next one I have is, oh, sorry, Adele.
Sorry, just through the mayor, just on the last point when we have covered off the stormwater and for inclusion of matters of operational nature to go back to council, we didn't have an opportunity to obviously discuss that and the potential implications. So I just wanted to provide you some feedback now for your consideration. That would mean that all operational matters could come back to council because there's no clarity on what you're actually discussing and what they would actually mean. And so from a management and ability to progress that, I think there'd be a lot of challenges involved with that particular matter that's in the way it's been put. So
I think that this will have to be put to TCC, either the joint working group coming up or the second, or perhaps even subsequently, so that those issues can be fully discussed and it will come back to council in one form or another. So you're right. This isn't the way we're meant to be doing this. We're to have the full discussions of the joint working group, but it is appropriate that council has the final decision, which is what we do, part of what we're doing today. Okay, so Councillor Beach.
So just a bit of clarification, and I'm not seconding this, but number 12C, number 3. However, for the second and WSS, shareholders can provide comments. I'm just wondering, what is that time frame within that?
How often do they do it?
Yeah, how often do they do it? Yeah.
It's issued in response to the statement of expectations. So it's anticipated that the statement of expectations would be issued every 3 years. There's nothing stopping the shareholders issuing it on a more frequent basis if they choose to. And then it's the water organisation prepares the water service strategy in response to that statement of expectations. And it's primarily a financial document. It says, we've received your statement of expectations. We must legally give effect to that. And this is basically our plan to do so. And it will cover a 10-year period. So it's kind of, it's analogous to a long-term plan, essentially, from the water organisation.
Okay. Before we go to the next one, I've been reminded that I was a little bit remiss and we actually missed recommendations 1 and 2. So they are to receive the report and that it's medium significance. I'm happy to move that. Was there a seconder for that? Councillor Joyce, put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. So back to this one. I had to keep your minutes interesting. So we are number 18. No, we've got number 17. Isn't it? I've got two lists from 2 different people, so it's not straightforward. So 16. Okay, thank you. Number 16. As I say, do shout out if I've missed one because this is not straightforward. Okay.
So number 16. Size of the joint committee, we've got 3 from Western Bay, 3 from TCC and 3 from Tangata whenua. So whilst I want to, well, we obviously need to still respect our Tangata whenua and in terms of the LGA and how we deal with that in terms of involving them in decision making. I would prefer, going back to my original point when I wrote a letter and we all 6 of us signed that letter and it came back to what was then the shareholder representation forum regarding us wanting, us agreeing on this letter, that we wanted the shareholder representation forum to only hold shareholders, which is the two councils. I would like to go back to that. And I would like to propose that we have the 3 from TCC and the 3 from Western Bay. And alongside that, and this is called a shareholder representation forum, because we can get as cute as we like with the words. It's been called a shareholder representation forum, a stakeholder representation forum, a joint working group, and now we're talking about a joint committee. So we're getting cute with words here. And so I want to go back to my original intention when I got a letter signed by others, that it is just a shareholder representation forum, and Tangata whenua have their own group, same number, and they call it whatever they like, and they continue to work together as they are now. And you may say, well, what's the point of all this? And I would understand you saying that. But the point is, this is supposed to be a non-decision making group, and we are making decisions. And we are making decisions with people who are unelected being involved in those decisions already. And I will come to the no voting rights down the track here, but I'm just going to deal with this at this point. So, and if we're going to do that and we're involving people who aren't elected in here, then I have a real issue with that for our ratepayers, the people who are actually paying for this service and this water transfer. So I would like to propose that we have 3 Western Bay, 3 TCC elected members, and we have Tangata whenua in their own group, call it whatever they want, but this is going back to being called a shareholder representation forum.
Thank you, Councillor Coxhead. I think that's not really number 16, that's more like number 18. So I think you're going back to wanting option A on number 18.
So it's the composition of the group.
It is. That
it's the size.
They're interlinked, okay? They're definitely interlinked. Yeah. But I think you kind of have to do number 18 first, because that's the size of the joint committee is an output of that. No, I'm just trying to find the best way through this.
So, but I also, I need to deal with number 17 as well, because I would like to propose that the elected is only elected members on our shareholder representation forum for TCC and Western Bay, that we are all elected
that's a discrete
members.
Decision that doesn't impact the
Well,
rest
they're
of
all interlinked, James.
That one isn't though.
No, but what I'm getting to is they are all elected members.
Okay. I think we'll
we'll go to 18.
Like to do
That's
in
fine.
this
Do
order.
it, that's fine.
Number 18, which is whether Tangata whenua are on the joint committee or not.
So my
Then
point is that B, Tangata whenua has a position, does not have a position on the joint committee. So again, they wouldn't have voting rights.
From what I'm hearing,
I don't want to call it the joint committee. I want to call it.
Councillor Coxon, it's sounding like you're in favour of 18A.
There's no position on the Foreign Advisory Board. Yes, A. Yes, perfect.
Right. So seconded by Councillor Deputy Mayor Murray. Benj. Speakers. Councillor Alvin.
I just want to question a bit of logic here, because I'm finding the process to get to this conclusion a little bit interesting. What we're saying is we do not want people who are not elected having an opinion and giving advice, because effectively that's what this committee does. It's got no voting rights. Its recommendations come back to council to be ratified. Now, my concern, if you want to be consistent like this, I don't know how you're ever going to get any legal advice. I don't know how you're ever going to get any accounting advice. I don't know how you're going to be able to get any advice, because we are always getting advice from external providers, and then we consider that advice and we make a decision. Depending on the quality of the legal advice, and I'm not going to question that, Charles, it would be improper of me to even think about going there. But the reality of it is that logic doesn't make any sense. And why don't you just be clear about the agenda? Be honest about the agenda. I don't mind if you're honest about the agenda, but to suggest that we are not going to allow non-elected members to make recommendations to us is a nonsense.
Thank you. I think I'll go around the table first. Councillor Joyce.
So we have looked at this informally as a group, and my concern with it being a separate group, first of all, it's more expensive. You know, everybody has to be briefed separately on all kinds of issues. To me, having everybody in the room together is a cheaper option. I think it's more inclusive. It ties. If you have a separate advisory committee, it may go off on its own, and we actually want to work together and come up with sensible things. So having the elected members and Tangata whenua together actually has a benefit to us and the organisation because it ties us all together. So, I don't support this amendment because I think, if we're going to do this, let's do it together. And having everybody meeting in separate rooms, frankly, for political reasons, I don't understand how that benefits either this council or the water organisation.
Deputy Mayor.
I have never changed my view. When you're changing a system like this and we represent so many ratepayers, our communities are full of people who could run rings around all of us who are skilled, and we don't consult them. And my view is democracy is really quite precious, might be vanishing in most parts of the world, but it's one person, one vote, and elected representatives are the ones that make the decisions. If you want to stand for council, by all means do so. But that is the base of what I call democracy, and I'm very happy to support that recommendation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll say a few words on this one. And firstly, on process, I know this one has always been a difficult one and different views, and appreciate that. However, this is certainly one that we have spent a lot of time debating, and actually all as a group, and we came to a consensus, or at least a majority view on this, and that's then been agreed through the joint working group. And to re-go over this again, and if we vote for the change, so that it's a Tangata whenua advisory group board, we just restart that whole debate all over again, and for what? It just negates the whole process we've had so far. We had some really robust debate over this. I think it makes a mockery of having Tangata whenua as our partners. If we don't include them, it's non. They don't get a vote. It's recommendatory. I mean, their footsteps on this are so light. It's almost embarrassing. So we do need to. I feel we need to include Tangata whenua as our partners and to provide advice, because we've seen when we don't include Tangata whenua, we make mistakes. We screw up. We don't include their knowledge and tikanga. So I think we landed in the option B effectively with on the joint committee with no voting rights. I think we include them in a way that we could scarcely compromise any further. So yeah, I'm it for the status quo. Thank you. Councillor Sol.
Sir, you used a word that really concerns me, tikanga. Tikanga is an interesting word, and it's used historically. Some Maori claim they've been here now 2,000 years, and tikanga is that old and older. Tikanga changes as it goes along. So I don't particularly like to see tikanga being a key part of any decision making when common sense, good science and good knowledge, which includes potentially tikanga, potentially, but people's knowledge in general about places. So that really does concern me. To me, this group and its name has always concerned me again. Always. The way it's been structured is great. I'd even actually accept 333, but to be honest, those people are not elected members, and they're going to be making now recommendations. Now, earlier today, I did say to you, we had a situation where there was a recommendation, one choice. And I have said in the meetings previously, if this is to work, it would have to be issues and options, not just one. That is one of the dangers in this for a starter. So to me, sir, we basically have got to get away. Advisory, I can wear advice from people, be they experts, be they locals. I get it all the time. You do too. You're getting some now, perhaps. So that's the case. But a recommendation is something on which we have to, in this context, in this room, is on something that we have to make a decision on or accept. But if the decision's already been made and we have one option, then the only options we have is yes or no. And that's the last thing I want to see us facing in here. So to me, sir, change in this structure, I think, is quite important. The name, in many ways, I don't care about names. Call it the Piglet Club. I don't really care.
This isn't about names, this one. So.
No, but that's all part of where it sort of runs. So to me, sir, I support the motion.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I too am fully in favour of elected members being on the group, full stop, basically. That's what we're elected for. We're here for the ratepayers. We're here for the whole communities to make the best decisions on their behalf. I know we went to bat with option A originally, and I know we had to concede to option B. But what really, really concerns me is when you're talking about a joint advisory board, the councils being on it are a no-brainer, okay? But I do have concerns when we have one other group, Tangata Whenua. Why are we not and had offered other bigger groups to come on board? The water users, the agriculture, the horticultural people that actually are the ones that are going to be footing the bills to pay this whole thing.
Okay. Councillor Elvin.
I just think we need to address a couple of issues here. Firstly, to Councillor Joyce, what we've got here is simply a request to remove Tangata Whenua representation at all. There has been no suggestion that we set up a separate advisory group. This resolution is simply to remove A, to support A. So while I agree with your comments that if we did agree to set something up on the side, it would be doubling it up. And I think that's entirely accurate. But we haven't actually resolved to do that at all. We have simply said no to Tangata Whenua representation. So the second thing to the position of Councillor Beach and to a limited Councillor Soul is the reason why the agriculturalists, the firemen and the safety officers aren't in there is because it's not mandated by statute. And there's a statutory obligation in terms of CCOs to take account of these sorts of issues. Charles will know the legislation backwards of clauses, but it's statutorily mandated we're required to do that. So the issue is, if we reject Tangata Whenua representation on this group, which is advisory. Oh, and sorry, just a further thing to Councillor Soul's commentary. If you read through the terms a little bit further, we did consider the aspect that we did not want to get the one recommendation. There is a recommendation that there is only this appointment. The recommendations from this group are to provide the various responses around the table, not just there were 7 in favour and 3 against, therefore the resolution is this. The terms very specifically provide that when it comes to council, council gets the full range of the decisions that were made and can say, actually, we don't like what you guys said. We want to go with the minority view, and you get given that view. So I think these issues need to be carefully sorted out. The issues there are, one, the representation is a requirement. So if we don't do it this way here, we have to do it some other way, and we need to find our way through that. So we've got to set something else up, which is going to be costly. Secondly, it is recommendatory, and there is not just one resolution that comes forward. Thirdly, it is just a recommendation. And I can't help but get round that point and say, we get recommendations from non-council members every day of the week. We get them from staff, get them from everybody. So I can't see there's a valid alternative to what's here.
Thank you. I'm going to go Councillor Cox.
So going back to what I said originally, I see the 3 and 3, and sorry, I'll start again. We've been funneled into this one, number 18. So this was not my intention. It's probably a combination of 16, 17 and 18, just one term. But what I am proposing is not that we do not engage and take advice from Tangata whenua. I'm just saying we structure it differently. So we have 3 TCC, 3 Western Bay of Plenty in a shareholder representation forum, and we have the Tangata whenua group of 3 in their own forum, and there is no extra cost because these people will still continue to meet the way they're doing. And in addition to that, nobody in my next cab off the rank has voting rights in either of these groups. And as I've said, we have already seen there are being decisions made in these non-decision making groups. And I would also want that it's only elected members in our 2 council groups as well. So these are all intertwined. So, and you also made the comment earlier on, I'm not sure why, Graham, but Councillor Alvin, but you said call it what it is. Well, what it is co-governance at the moment, and that is exactly what was rejected with 3 Waters and why it never went ahead. So that's what it is at the moment.
Okay, I'm just trying to clarify, Councillor Coxhead. So you wanted. I'll take the thing as a whole, but we do actually have to resolve it one at a time. So please bear that in mind. But 3 TCC members, 3 Western Bay members, 3 Tangata whenua members who just sit in their own advisory board. So the point at which they interact with the elected members, I mean, almost by definition, that's a formal committee of some sort. I'm just struggling
exactly as they engage now. All 9 meet together, exactly as they engage now. It's just a separate entity, if you like. And it doesn't involve any extra cost. I'm not quite sure what's so hard to understand about this. Well, they already have a separate secretary.
If everyone's meeting all together, and the only difference is that they're not official members, is that where you?
They're just called different things. One's a shareholder representation forum with the 2 councils with the 3 members each, and the other one is an advisory group. We'll call it whatever you like.
Because at the moment it's a joint committee and that has implications.
It still has the same form of engagement, but it's just separating, delineating the entities. That's all I'm saying.
We're creating 2 entities, but they always meet together. It's kind of.
Well, they still have to consult with each other.
Look, let's just put it to the vote.
We'll finish with anyone who wants to speak first. Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Daly.
I'm struggling to. I didn't come here to push this barrow today. I've presented amendments that I believe address the concerns, but I just, for the reasons given by others, I just find this advisory board arrangement a very cumbersome, almost unworkable arrangement. And just having 3 + 3 + 3 with no voting rights satisfies my concerns that it's not a co-governance entity. It does become a joint committee of council under the Local Government Act and advisory recommendatory, which the purpose of my further amendments are to entrench that position. So I really do struggle with the separate advisory board, and the implications of that I feel are worse than the joint committee. That's why I have to vote against it, sorry. And I didn't get over the line with number 12. No one seconded that. So you win some, you lose some.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. Councillor Ray.
So if we're just speaking to 18, unfortunately, I won't support that amendment today. I do see comfort in option X that we have here with the advisory only. I will say out loud, though, that I am concerned slightly about it seems decisions are made. So I would like to, just for the record, agree with what Tracy said, is that appears that that's happened. So it just needs to be made very clear, recommendatory only, advisory only, and then I'm happy. But sorry, I won't support the amendment.
Okay, I think we better put it to the vote. So it's been moved by Councillor Coxhead, seconded by Deputy Mayor, and this is number 18, and it is broadly option A as was. Okay, Councillor Daly.
I just want to signal that if this is lost, I did have further amendments to number 18. So I don't want to, if it is lost, I do want to still explore the further amendments.
Okay, right. So I've put the motion. All in favour of going back to option A, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Division. Okay. Thank you. So that is lost. Councillor Daly, you've foreshadowed some other option you wanted to.
I just want to know, did we go back to 17? Because I had.
So what I was going to propose to do was seek views about whether the size should change. I mean, I suspect not at this point, but if anyone really wants to go there, please do. So 16, we're okay with the size. Okay. And 17, someone raised 17 as well.
I believe 17 was.
Oh, so no, 17 was TCC's change. So I believe that is appropriate to at least consider that.
And I've also got a similar input as well as Councillor Cox said.
On 17?
Yes.
So I move that the representatives for TCC, for Western Bay are elected members only and need to come back to council for nomination and approval. Because otherwise you could have somebody who's just choosing the people they want on there.
Well, as it is already, it would be the usual process. I'd probably nominate and it gets confirmed or otherwise by council. Yeah.
That included in there?
Sure.
Yeah.
Just a moment. 16 is
Tracy.
no, because we went to 18 first. No, we don't want to vote on that one. Okay. So just clarifying, no one wants to change 16 because we've got this, given what we voted for 18, there was no desire to change number 16. Okay? Okay, right. Well,
it's all or nothing, isn't it, after this?
Well, it's all or nothing.
I either accept all of the terms or I don't, right?
Well, no. I mean, if you're taking a pure approach to it, you make your decision, based on what we've decided up to that point.
No, what I mean is, so we've got 45, And so we're going through each of these and we win or lose or whatever. And at the end of it, we have to vote whether we accept them all, don't we?
No.
No, we don't.
No.
Okay, so it's individually. Okay, fine. Okay, well, we need to vote on number 16 then. No, well, let's just vote on it.
But we're doing this by exception. I don't think we should need to vote to. If no one wants something different, then I'm not going to hold a vote.
Well, I propose that we only have TCC and Western Bay of Plenty on that committee, but it's not, I don't want it called the joint committee. This is why it's a bit messy. It's because I don't want it called that either. There's no real, it's hard to tick a box on this.
Yeah, okay. And this is why I kind of went to the working group. But anyway, Councillor
Yeah,
Joyce.
okay, there we go.
Sorry, the reason why it's called a joint committee is because that puts it under the Local Government Act. So the idea
It's
is.
been called that up to date.
No,
and so
no,
it's
no.
council.
Actually, what Ronnie, that's not quite true. It most reflects the reality of what it is proposed to be. So there were other options of, as you say, shareholder reference from stakeholder, and actually the simplest thing was a joint committee because that's what it is.
Yes, so we have that motion as
So just put it to the vote.
So, okay, so it's been moved by Tracy, Councillor Cox said, it's been seconded by Deputy Mayor for a 330 membership. I'll put the motion.
Board is not correct because the last sentence about a separate owner advisory forum has already been dealt with.
Yeah.
It should just be stopped after 3 EMs each.
Okay, so 330 membership. All those who would like
I'd like some clarity. So we've had a vote on 18 in which we have voted out that we've said that Tangata whenua do have a position on the committee, and we've now gone back to deal with 16, which removes Tangata whenua by default in clause 16. So it's the same resolution in effect, is it? Is that
so this is what I'm just seeking clarity on, because you can't have a subsequent motion that just undoes the previous motion. That's just a negative. If you've got the correct one for me.
The trouble is 17 deals with the joint, 18 doors. 17 deals with whether they're elected members or not.
Yeah, that's the second one. We can deal with
Just a moment, please.
Yeah.
So that says 3 elected members. Yeah, but that says no, we're not okay because that says 3 elected members each.
I'm just going to adjourn for five minutes while we work this out.
we've identified an issue because I'd also like to propose a vote on what you're calling the joint committee, that there are no voting rights. I want that included in the documentation. So where does that sit in this?
With respect, it's already there.
Pardon?
It's already there.
Where?
18, and
No, we haven't voted on that.
no, in 18, it says that we have, because
we have voted on.
We voted on 18 because we
Yeah.
agreed that Tangata whenua would have a representation there. Your representation was to have A. What that says is the joint committee will be recommendatory/advisory only, with shareholding councils making the final decision on all matters.
It does not say explicitly no voting rights.
Councillors,
exactly what it says.
councillors,
No, I want no voting rights.
councillors, let's bring it under order. Charles,
This is the joint committee, or whatever it is going to be called, are going to have to make decisions about what they recommend. So the process that was agreed and came back as a consensus from the joint working group is set out at commercial term 32. And what that says is that it starts by noting that that committee is an advisory and recommendation body only, and that where possible, the joint committee will make recommendations to shareholders on a consensus basis. And for clarity, consensus is a consensus of the parties, not of the individual members of that committee. Where a consensus is not possible, the respective positions of each party on the joint committee will be recorded and presented to the shareholding councils for a decision.
I agree. but
sorry,
we-
through the chair, please.
Sorry, then
Councillor Joyce.
have we restarted? We're still on break, aren't we?
I think we are starting now. So please, it was obvious.
Perhaps you need to first start off by declaring the meeting reopened.
Councillor Joyce, ask your question, please.
On the joint working group, I think to get around this point, because it was a sticking point, we specifically agreed that no one would have voting rights, and then we'd follow the process that Charles has just outlined. So I don't have a problem with having that in the commercial terms, because that's what we agreed.
Okay, I could make a ruling on this with number 16. Number 16 is basically a direct negative of what we voted for. There is a slight wrinkle in the standing orders, and it talks about amendments which are a direct negative. I'm going to make a ruling, and I'm allowed to do that, that in this case, it is most appropriate to follow that rule. So there is no need to vote on number 16 because it effectively is a direct negative of number 18.
If we had decided that between us.
Right, okay. So we move. There was also an issue around number 17, which is whether our representatives, Western Bay, are all elected members or just one elected member, and the choice of whether numbers 2 and 3 are elected as well. Okay, so this is the situation where TCC have said they should all be elected members. So for TCC, so this is appropriate for us to consider that issue at this point. Okay, so I think Councillor Cox, you were going to move this, if I recall, or did you not? Number 17.
Yeah, okay.
And TCC have agreed we should all be elected.
Yeah. So
Yeah, well, in this case,
So do we have a mover for?
So I'm moving that Western Bay, their representatives on the joint committee are elected members only, all 3.
Second that, sir.
Okay, that's
A question of clarification. if I could.
please ask a question.
Because I provided a written suggestion for this point as well, a written amendment, but it's regarding the bullet point 2. Representatives 2 and 3 can be an elected member or an independent expert or a senior council officer. Establishment of a joint committee under the Local Government Act, which what this joint committee is.
So we're doing one thing at a time. So we're doing the elected members or not.
2 and 3 become 3.
Okay, can I make it a 2-part amendment? at councillor Coxhead's agreement. Okay, a subsequent, I'll go with subsequent.
No, hang on. Please, please. I get to all standing orders. It's not a debate. Okay. So we have had a mover and seconder that all our representatives on the joint committee would be elected members. Okay. Would you like, are you seeking to foreshadow something or change it further?
I want to change it further.
What is your amendment to that?
Okay, my additional amendment is regarding bullet point 3, which currently says TCC and Western Bay Planning District Council will each appoint their own representatives. I would like to add to that sentence by full council nomination and resolution.
I think I'm not against that, but is that already in the background? Because I think
and this is in response to the discussion about the CEO recruitment panel this morning. I want this spelled out very clearly.
Because we do, well, we can't tell TCC how to elect their representatives for a start. So I'm just seeking assistance from Adele, whether that was in there in the background anyway, because again, we've had all these IOPs and we're just seeing the summaries at this point. And so we do need to be careful about what's not relitigating stuff that's already been decided.
Sure.
No, just please let Adele answer.
Through the chair. So, yeah, we believe that that is the intention, that you wouldn't be nominating outside of a council meeting anyway. So,
yeah.
The reason I'll propose it is for full clarity. I'm worried about all these backroom clauses and supplementary documents. I want it spelled out on the term sheet.
Okay. I had to do that. Do have to be careful. We're not trying to create a whole IOB in a summary sheet, but okay. So I'm sure we can add that it's council approved. Okay, are there any speakers, please? Sorry, you're happy? Tracy, you're happy? You're happy? Okay. Speakers. Councillor Joyce.
I'm happy to with that as long as it's for Western Bay. We shouldn't be telling Tauranga on what to do. So is that the clarity? So when we're crafting that, we need to say Western Bay. Look, on the elected members versus experts, I know there were strong feelings from one or two on this, but I've always taken the view that elected members will never appoint anybody else. They'll only ever appoint themselves. So I think that's effectively what's going to happen anyway. And I have no problem with it going through council. I think it's a good belts and braces.
Okay.
I think I made my point clear before, but really, I was open to the idea of an independent expert on here at other councillors' suggestion. But in retrospect and in light of TCC's position, I'm really a little bit nervous now, and I think elected members retaining control in this format, in this joint committee is probably preferable also for our wider ratepayer base who are concerned about this joint committee, maybe.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to say very few words. My main concern with this is having a mixture or having disparity between elected members on one side and experts or staff on the other. I think if we agree with what TCC have resolved, then I'm comfortable with that. Deputy Mayor.
I think both councils are sending sensible on this issue. And if we need expert advice, we can ask for it.
Okay. Councillor Alvin.
Look, I've got no problem about the secondary voting option. I think that's the position as it stands. You will recall I originally suggested there should be no elected members on this, given the rigour that we wanted to apply to it. So it will come as no surprise that I would prefer as a council we retained our option. This is not saying that we must appoint someone outside the council. It just preserves the right if we feel the need to appoint one. And there's a big difference there. So if we get to the point where we're sitting around this table, that we do decide we want some real serious rigor and expertise to hold this board to account, and it does not sit around the table, we don't have that option. However, we don't feel as though we need it, and we don't have to. So I'm just concerned about restricting our choices. And the other follow-up that I did some reading around the whole process, which I think I alluded to previously, that the criticism that was levelled by CCAs against councils was the poor oversight given by councils of CCAs. Now, I'm sure you're all going to say you're experts at it, and so it's not going to happen in this case. So for me, the right to reserve the right to appoint someone independent, if we want to, is really important in this case. So anyway, that I just want to make my position really clear. At the end, of course, I'm going to be comfortable with the outcome, but that's the rationale for my position there.
Just to let you know, I'm being advised that under the LGA, they could still co-opt somebody.
You see, I think the co-option is we are then relying on our brothers up the road to co-opt. Whereas
Yeah,
I
didn't really want to open a new front, but that was just another.
Yeah. So I think I want to retain our own control to appoint our own people, whether they are 3 elected members, 1 elected members, and two members of some group we don't particularly like to do a job for us. So that's all.
Okay. If there's no further speakers, I'm going to put the motion so that all our reps will be appointed by full council and they'll all be elected members. Okay. I put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
I'd like to call a division. I'm against it.
Okay. All in favour, please raise their hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those against? 2. Okay. The next number. The next one I had was number 32. If I've missed one in between, please tell me.
Got a foreshadow that I wanted to talk to 32 actually.
32, okay. But is there one before, is there anything before 32?
Yeah, I wanted to revisit number 18 as per my circulated.
And we've done 18?
No.
Oh, it's additional.
Yeah. No, yeah, well, that is correct, strictly speaking, but not really. Number 18, my amendment is simply to transfer the wording in left-hand column B to the start of right-hand column option X. So that option X is, and you obviously have to take out the joint working group reached a consensus, because option X will be start off with Tangata whenua has a position on the joint committee, but with no voting rights. I mean, as
I'm struggling to see the difference. So bullet point 2 says Tangata whenua will have a position on the joint committee. So that's the first half of option B, and then no voting rights.
Yeah, it's spelling it out because of all the concerns about co-governance, and so
the joint, but that's the same as third bullet. The joint committee will endeavour to make recommendations by consensus.
Yeah.
So that's
no option X. Just add the words B to X at the start of it.
So what are those words you want to add?
Oh, I want to add the words in left-hand column B to the start of option X. The Tangata whenua has a position on the joint committee, but with no voting rights.
So
no one's got voting rights. You're suggesting Tangata whenua can't read.
But read the very left-hand column. This is the role of Tangata whenua on the joint committee. It's not talking about the rest of the members.
So would that be covered? I think a more elegant way to do it might be on the third bullet, the joint committee will endeavour to make recommendations by consensus rather than voting.
Could I make a further amendment too, when I'd like to suggest that that the TCC members don't have a right to vote either?
I will take that with the.
Can I just put my amendment?
Okay.
And see if I get a seconder.
Councillor Daly has moved that.
We're effectively amending the second bullet.
Amending the second bullet to include, but with no voting rights. Is that correct?
Oh yes, that's elegant. Yes, thank you. That's perhaps better.
Is
than
there
what
a
I
seconder
suggested.
for Councillor Daly?
Councillor Jelly is retaining option X, but adding into the second bullet point, Tangata whenua will have a position on the joint committee, but with no voting rights, which I think Councillor Sol has just seconded.
Okay. Councillor Alvin.
Yeah, I want to speak to that and say that I'm deeply offended by that approach. We've already got a decision that nobody on this has voting rights. And to single out to say Tangata whenua will not have any voting rights when nobody has any voting rights is about as offensive as it's possible to be. I'm quite happy that we say that no voting rights apply to this role for everybody, but honestly, I'm actually disgusted, to be perfectly honest.
Councillor Coxon.
I won't be supporting this either, because to your point, Councillor Alvin, number 32 covers that no voting rights for anybody within the group, which is where I sit. So I'll be proposing that, but I won't be supporting this one.
Thank you. Councillor Sol.
Why I seconded it is largely, whilst it's covered in many ways, I want to be sure we remove any ambiguity in any section, that a section can then be counted by another one somewhere else in the terms. That's the area that concerns me and why I was happy to do that. And I actually would be quite happy otherwise if Councillor Alvin's idea of saying, again, nobody, but it's being very clear.
I think I'm gonna make a comment here. Please remember, these are instructions to staff on how to write the documents. They are not the end in themselves. So as long as staff have got the idea that Tangata whenua won't get voting rights, then it does its job. Once those documents are written, this document will go in the bin, okay, and never be seen again, except by a few nerds maybe. But when this isn't the stone tablet for the document for the water organisation. This is instructions to staff. Okay, Councillor Joyce.
I'm just looking at Councillor Daly's email that he sent out earlier. He's planning exactly the same amendment to number 32, and that's an appropriate place to do it because it talks about no voting rights for anybody. The idea of having the same thing over and over and over and over again, and then, as to Councillor Alvin's point, singling out one group isn't good governance.
Right. I think we need to go on, Councillor Daly.
Look, I accept everything that's been said. This is belts and braces, as we've talked about before, and I know Rodney's muttering away to himself over there, but I left the joint working group with the understanding that we were going to delete this point 18, but it's still in there, and it still talks about Tangata whenua voting rights. So if it was still in there, then I wanted it to be clear. So I am foreshadowing number 32 as well, to add the words with no voting rights for everyone. So let's just do it, and let's delete number 18 if you like, although there is some further context and advice that write the final documents that guide the staff on how to set this thing up. But I am concerned that instructions to staff and lengthy instructions become a little bit ambiguous over time as well.
I think I'm going to put the motion, it's going around in circles. I'll put the motion for adding the wording you can see in red on the screen there. All in favour, please say aye. Against? No. I think that's carried. You want a division? Okay. All those in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2. All those against, please raise your hands. Okay, that's lost. And I'll recommend to staff that if there's any confusion on this matter, please refer to Councillor Daly. Right, moving on. I think we're on to number 32. Was there anything between now and 32? Are we up to number 32?
Yep. Can we take my amendment? Because it's pretty straightforward. All you need to do is add 4 words. The Joint Committee is an advisory recommendation body only with no voting rights.
Well, you wouldn't have the committee with no voting.
No, hang on.
The first paragraph.
Through the mayor, could we just provide some clarity to you before we get too far down the track on this one?
Please.
You've made it explicitly clear that the joint committee should be an advisory body and recommendation body only. But in order to determine what it puts up for a recommendation, you are going to have to take something that is essentially equivalent of a poll of the individual members. So as a suggestion, perhaps you would consider clarifying, instead of it saying that it's not that the joint committee doesn't have voting rights, you'll say that the joint committee is not a final decision, doesn't have final decision-making authority, something to that effect, because it just starts to get a little bit unworkable and it starts to contradict what will follow, where you're essentially saying you're going to make decisions on a consensus basis. Well, how do you know if you got a consensus if you don't take a vote? So that would be our suggestion from the staff point of view.
Councillor Joyce.
I'm really confused because if we have a vote, each individual person votes. What we're saying here further on is that each group should have a view, right? So it cuts across, what you're saying cuts across what's further down the same point. Yeah, if you're voting, that's individuals voting. So you could have, Western Bay 2-1, right? And that's not what I read in this point as being what's preferred. I don't have a problem in saying there's no formal voting. If they want to take a poll, I mean, what we're saying is, it should be, consensus should be the views of the subgroups, is what it says in here. So that precludes a vote. So I don't have a problem with taking up voting rights, because you don't have individual voting rights if you're representing a group.
So my reading of it was that if you have three members, say, of our council, two want one option and another one's one, the view of the council is that it's the one that two voted for. And then if all parties agree in a similar way, then you've got the consensus. If one party dissents, then you haven't got consensus.
By the way, individual voting doesn't really work in that situation.
Adele?
I liked what you said before. Just clarify it again, please.
I think our suggestion was that the joint record that the joint committee is an advisory recommendation body only and does not have final decision-making authority.
There's possibly two. Would you like to move?
There's a motion on the table, sir. Point of order.
I don't think we've got a motion on the table. I just haven't got a move and second, right?
Charles, you'll be pleased to get back to Devonport Road, mate.
Okay. So the additional wording is that in yellow on the screen.
Do you want to move it?
It's no motion. It's
Well,
just hang on.
I need a seconder.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of repeats what it said before, but okay, that's fine. So
No, this is not what I'm proposed.
Would you someone like to propose something?
No voting rights. Very simple. You've rejected it in number 18 and with the explanation that you'd add it to 32.
Ken, I'd like to suggest that it has no formal voting rights.
Charles, does
with
that
no formal voting rights? No binding voting rights?
No, I don't think we can go there. Now, does that work if you say no formal voting rights?
Yeah,
and could you add on at the end, and nobody's allowed to vote, and for the avoidance of doubt, nobody's allowed to vote, just so we just get it right.
Can we keep it in vague order, please? So the joint committee is an advisory / recommendation body only with no formal voting rights for members.
I think that captures essentially what you're after. And in terms of instructions to staff, I think we understand the position that you're reaching.
Okay. Would someone like to move that, please? Councillor Daly's moved it. Councillor Cox said seconded. Any further debate on this? Councillor Beach.
Yeah, look, I abstained from number 18 for the sheer fact that I wanted to get the no voting put into 32. So I fully support this.
Okay. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Yeah. Division. All in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those against? 2. Okay, we're almost there, hopefully. Good. I believe there was number 36. 36 and then 40, I believe, and that was it.
That's me again at the expense of everyone's wrath, but I thought I had a bit of support for these motions, but it's been more difficult than I thought. But anyway, numbers 36, I propose, and these are matters that require unanimous shareholder approval, and they are listed on the right there. I would propose adding point H, where changing joint committee responsibilities from advisory recommendation to delegated decision-making authority is one of those items that matters that requires unanimous shareholder approval. And that's a motion.
So under just clarity, what's the current situation? Is it just by?
So this issue would be captured under 36C. In order to change the form and function of the joint committee, you're going to have to amend the shareholders agreement where all this is going to be set out. Yeah. So it's captured by 36C.
So you don't need H.
So what Charles has said is that Councillor Daly's suggested addition is covered by C already, amending the water organisation's constitution or shareholder agreement. Okay.
And in response to that, I just want this to be very specific because, as it's been said multiple times around this table, Three Waters was rejected because of the concept of co-governance. As soon as we add decision-making responsibilities to this joint committee, it becomes co-governance. And I know it sounds really not very nice to say these sort of things, but there's a lot of concerns from a lot of my ratepayers and a lot of other ratepayers about this issue for this new water organisation. So that's why I'm insisting on this and the other points.
It's up on the screen, Margaret.
Just noting again through the mayor, the more, I mean, these matters will be dealt with. This is just note. We can just put it as a note. Otherwise, we've got to go back and get that endorsed now, but we can note it. And otherwise, it'll be brought through into the next sort of documentation. The more changes we make there, the difficult to get through the process.
Thank you.
So,
I'm concerned. Concerned. This is something that was raised before. Didn't find favour. I'm not sure how we're going to keep going around in circles on this. And again, this is just instructions to staff to write something. We should not use this term sheet as some sort of word. It's using it to show the public. That's not the use of this term sheet. We're trying to give instruction to staff, not to demonstrate to the public how virtuous we are. Councillor Alvin.
Well, I'd like to speak to it simply because it's already there and I will vote against it because I don't want the public looking at me thinking I can't read. Now, these things are already covered in there and I'll vote against it because I don't want to look like a plonker when it's already covered elsewhere. And we've made 3 votes in a row where these things have already been covered. And I would suspect the number of people sitting out there are wondering what they've elected.
Okay, thank you. I do need to find a seconder before we debate further. So Councillor Daly has moved the wording there. Is there a seconder? No, so lost for want of a seconder. Thank you. So we move to number, I believe, 40.
I'd like to move that in addition to the option A, include additional anti-privatisation clauses with the foundation documents over and above what is provided in the Act and require unanimous shareholder approval before such clauses can be amended. I'd like to remove that and actually insert instead a poll of ratepayers who then get to determine whether this is privatised or not. A binding poll, yes.
Can I ask for clarification? Are you saying remove the entire?
No, just the and require unanimous shareholder approval before such clauses can be amended.
Okay, I'll second that.
Through the Mayor, before we get that far, can we're just double checking that we believe that it's already been identified as a parked matter that will be addressed in the future. And it still would be part of the unanimous decision process anyway, so it is on the park list, so it has been identified.
I'd still like it added, please.
Sorry, Councillor Coxhead, could you just clarify? So we're saying going to a poll. Sorry.
Yes, so from documents over and above, hang on, clauses within the foundation documents over and above what is provided in the Act and require a binding poll be held. I guess you word it amongst ratepayers or with ratepayers.
Just to clarify, I'm not quite sure why you would remove the unanimous shareholder.
Well, if you've got a binding poll, then you don't need unanimous shareholder approval, do you?
Yeah, I was going to say
okay, we'll leave it in. If you think it needs to be
unanimous agreement to go to a poll.
Happy to bow to superior knowledge here.
So
we're a binding poll of ratepayers or residents, because we'd normally poll, a referendum is normally residents.
Yeah, residents.
Residents, yeah.
Shoulder end. A binding poll of residents of the entire.
Councillor Alvin was first.
I just,
as you know, I'm sorry, we did now have a seconder or not from this one.
Yes,
Okay,
I seconded that,
speaking.
and I'm happy with the amendment.
Is there a seconder?
Right.
Thank you. I'm just what time is. Okay, it's been moved by Councillor Coxhead, seconded by Councillor Daly. Questions?
If the community wants rid of the CEO, does it not have the referendum right to do that?
The CEO.
I thought that the clause was good enough.
Any other questions before we have the debate? Councillor Alvin.
I just want to know whether this is an obligation that you want to be imposing just on our council, or whether you want to impose it on TCC as well. Because it does seem to me that I want to cut down the number of options that have to go round and round again. But if we're saying, and that from the Western Bay Council's perspective, it requires the poll, not imposing that on TCC.
Yeah.
Or other shareholders. Okay,
because I have concerns about this one, not because I necessarily disagree with it, but as Adele has mentioned, this is a parked matter. I'm concerned that we resolve this and set something up that we don't really know the facts about, or the legitimacy or possibility of having a poll, the rules and laws around that. And I just think it's premature to try and squeeze that through tonight. But that's my view. Councillor Coxon.
Two things. One, I'd like to understand what parked actually means. And secondly, privatisation or anti-privatisation clauses within this document are extremely important for the public. And it's one of the major concerns about the local water done well. And I realise there's, obviously some efforts here to go to try and protect that in some way. But one of the biggest concerns is we're going to end up in the same position as we did with the gentators.
Adele?
Through the mayor, so just wanted to comment around the park matters. And as we've kind of alluded to today, getting to the decision next week doesn't mean that we're at the end of our decision-making process. There's still a lot of things to come. And so we're trying to prioritise the things that are important and will help with your decision-making versus other things that kind of go, we know that this is important to you, but we'll put it forward into that next box of things that have come to establishment. So as part of your agenda, sorry, I'm running out of breath. Excuse me. So your agenda included matters that have come up to date that we said it's not a priority now, but will be something that we can focus on in the future. Okay. And for that matter, it's been acknowledged that the poll is a matter and it could still form part of the Constitution. This was just making that most of the recommendations could mean that we could progress and we'll get to the next stage of decision-making and finalisation.
Okay, I'd like to foreshadow that if this amendment fails, we can add wording noting a binding poll is one of the options under consideration, rather than the red writing.
I'm beginning to wonder why we're doing any of this then. Like, if it doesn't really matter if we make a decision or not. Can I go home now?
Because there's any number of decisions that will get hopefully progressively more minor that will have to be made before 2027. I used the example earlier in the meeting about, we'll get down to the level of what colour the carpets should be. And, got to be.
It's on the terms of reference, James. It's been presented to us to make a decision on. So I'm sorry, I'm very confused.
Okay, Councillor Daly first.
Look, I'm very pleased to have this actual provision number 40 in this term sheet because it is in there at my persuasion, insistence at the joint working group level with support from one of the TCC councillors. I think we need to do as much as possible and provide as much protection against privatisation as possible. I mean, there's a lot of concerns in the community about this whole multi-council CCO directed by the government. I've made some suggestions today. I don't really care if anyone thinks I'm a plonker for attempting these additional protections. So me and Graham might go and have a scrap out the back after this, but I really do want this. I've done my best, that's all I can say, and I thought I might have had a bit more support for some things today, but I'm certainly want to keep whatever we can get in on this issue as well.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
This is an interesting question, and I could take it from several angles. If you've got the shareholding group and they've got the power, the community will let those shareholders know if they're on the wrong track. I will not put the community to the expense of a poll, and so I support what you suggested, that it's one of the options, but if this body is working properly, there should be no need for that. So it's an option, but I certainly don't want to see it tied into this recommendation.
Councillor Joyce. Councillor Joyce.
This is a hot button issue, privatisation. It's one of those words that people get really upset about. Sometimes things are better run when they're private, but let's not go there now. But the real issue here is that the legislation already blocks privatisation. And if they change the legislation, it will overwrite anything we do. But I understand people want to send a signal, and I don't think it hurts to send a signal, but this doesn't actually mean anything because the government has already addressed this in legislation. It's a centre-right government. There's no way a centre-left government would ever allow privatisation. So I don't know quite, okay, we're sending a signal, but it doesn't actually mean anything. Having said that, I also understand it is important in some parts of the political spectrum.
Thank you. I think, as I said, regarding my foreshadowed motion, I'm happy that we send a signal, but we haven't actually had an IOP about having a binding poll. We don't know the details, how it would work and what the pros and cons are. That makes me uncomfortable about writing this into it here. If you want to send a signal, as I said, I'd be personally happier with noting it as one of the options that we will consider. There might be better options for if you really want to be anti-privatisation. Thank you. But we have got a motion in front of us at the moment, and I noticed that Councillor Sol wanted to speak.
So, I mean, you can still move an amendment to an amendment. So, I mean, if you're wanting to move one, I would suggest that you should, with the agreement of the mover and seconder, look at it. Otherwise, frankly, sir, I have to say exactly that. It is an area of real concern to our people. And if it's not in there, then it needs to be somewhere, because people need to know that we are serious as best we can, and we are aligned to look after their assets for them. And that is terribly important. It may not have a lot of teeth, but the intent is still at times more important than perhaps what the outcome could be. So that's why I would support it, but I would be prepared to, if there was agreement, to even just have what you've suggested go through.
Okay, so
but otherwise I'm with that.
Yeah, okay. So would Councillor Coxhead and Councillor Daly like to accept the changes that I suggested about noting a binding poll as one of the options under consideration, or we can do it as a foreshadowed amendment? You can change it now. So instead of the red writing,
You just change it by adding and noting a binding poll of residents.
Is-
Be future consideration.
is one of the options under consideration.
So you're just adding words to it.
I think one of my concerns on this privatisation clause was that, yes, I don't want to just send a message. I want something concrete in here, because if the government does try to change the legislation to allow privatisation, then they have to take account of all the shareholder agreements and multi-council CCO setup.
They really don't.
And well, I know, but this is Mary Dillon's point, and that if you don't have something in here that's concrete, then sure, they can just ride roughshod over it. But you might get one, government MP on the select committee that says, hey, there's some agreements in place, maybe we should honour those. And if other organisations haven't provided this, then they won't have to do it. But if we have, then maybe there might be a provision to honour those agreements.
So that the mover and seconder have not agreed to the change. So we need
You give notice of a further amendment.
I've foreshadowed my motion. So I think we better make a point of order.
I just need to understand, your foreshadowed motion can only go ahead if this is lost, right?
Correct.
They can't go ahead if this is passed. Thank you.
Yeah. So.
Or you could move, this is a motion.
Okay, so it sounds like it would be a cleaner option if this is, my suggestion is an amendment rather than a foreshadow, because it's an amendment. Okay, so I'll move that we change that to noting a binding poll as one of the options under consideration.
Just clarify, is that in addition to the red writing?
If we just take time to get the actual wording up there so people can have a clear. Under consideration, because it is being considered.
Because this is still a work in progress and a park and revisit item, does that still give the option of making a binding poll a concrete option in
Yes.
the privatisation clauses?
Yes.
And would that come back to council for final approval?
Yes.
So you would effectively, so you'd add this, yeah, so you'd have overalls and require unanimous shareholder approval, because that was what was in there.
No, it replaces those.
I'm not sure that we, whether we want to put the original to the vote or go with the amendment. I mean, could we add the amendment to our amendment?
This was in the original.
Well, it just means that Denya and Murray Benj are the mover and seconder.
Yes. Yeah. This part is actually- we were going to add yours in, you just wouldn't put in the red, but you'd have, because you'd still have, require unanimous shareholder approval, such clauses can be amended, noting that a binding poll.
So instead of the red bit, it's the noting.
Well, you put it in
And
approval
noting.
before such clauses, you put it in after, you put it in amended, comma, noting that a binding poll is an option.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, as I look at that, the shareholders, if they're unanimous as to what they want, there would be no need for a binding poll of the residents. So you're putting the community to a great deal of expense. If the shareholders can't agree, then it goes to a binding poll. But you've got the shareholders in unanimous agreement by the shareholders approval. And so the binding poll then is not necessary.
I think, Deputy Mayor, the intention, and we just saw out the wording here, is that in order, well, as an extra protection, that it would be unanimous decision of the shareholders and then a binding poll. It's a real belt and braces. It's all a bit hypothetical, but this is where we are.
Yeah, I'd be happy to second the amendment.
It's already seconded.
If Margaret's unseconding.
You can't amend your own one anyway.
Suspend standing order.
So now you need to put your amendment to the motion.
So, okay. So the amendment is include additional anti-privatisation clauses within the foundation documents over and above what is provided in the Act and require unanimous shareholder approval before such clauses can be amended, noting that a binding poll of residents is an option under consideration.
Just a quick point of order. I guess we're going to take them firstly with the second amendment first, and we're going to vote on that. And
yes.
Then we go.
Then that becomes a substantive motion.
And it then does seem to me it is possible for us to approve the second one and reject the first one.
Yeah,
So
you vote on the amendment, that becomes a substantive motion, and then you vote on that.
Right, okay. Okay.
Yep. Okay. So we have an amendment on the table, moved by me, seconded by Councillor Murray Benj. If there's no further debate, I'll put that motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Division.
Note my abstention. Thanks.
Okay. All those in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those against? 1, 2. And abstained. Okay. So that becomes a substantive motion. Yeah. Okay, so that's now the substantive motion. So I want to vote debate again? No. I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried.
Division again.
Division. All in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And noting my abstention.
Again, no, against? 1 and 1 abstention. Right. I think we've come to the end of the term sheet. Is there not, were there any others?
Number 45 is a matter that's dealt with separately, but it is actually from the term sheet.
That's a Class A shares, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's separately. That's coming up.
Okay, as long as long as
I don't.
We'd like to seek clarification, please, and put it to Charles.
In the interest of reducing the number of items that need to be taken back to TCC, TCC has made a change to commercial term 44, and in that they request that the chairperson of the board is chosen by the councils, not by the directors. So it might be worth considering that issue this evening too.
Okay. So number 44 and been moved by Councillor Joyce, seconded by Deputy Mayor Murray Benge, and that is that the chair is appointed by council. Councils.
Can I just make a comment that that's very unusual? Yeah. It's not a done thing. All I would say, that's just not the done thing. It's usually done by the board.
So this puts me at a wee bit of quandary in that, yes, I agree with what Miriam said, and it's not something I favour, but at the same time, this is not something I want to die in a ditch over with TCC. So I'll vote in favour, but I'll note that wasn't what I was intending originally. Does anyone else wish to speak? In which case, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. You can.
So through you, Your Worship, I just wanted to seek a point of clarification from Charles and his team. Charles, I'm surprised that TCC didn't amend clause 41 to remove escalation to mediation and arbitration. I just wondered whether there was any consistency on that.
Okay, please.
Can we just verify the abstentions on that?
It was-
Councillor Owen abstain as well.
So on the last one, just clarifying, was it only Councillor Daly abstaining?
I did too.
And Councillor Elvin? Okay, two abstentions. Right. So if that's it for the term sheet.
Yeah, I would like to just make a comment. I mean, we are concerned about the one about stormwater. If you do want to make an operational decision, you need to be quite specific about what that matter should be. And so that will cause issues when we take that through for consideration by our partners, Tauranga City
I think the
Council.
best thing would be to take it to the joint working group.
Yeah.
And then discuss it there. We can either revert on the second, or we can come to an agreement on the second, whichever way we want to do it.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously didn't have that planned for the meeting, but we can organise it. And of that particular matter specifically will cause the most challenge.
Yeah.
It's really hard to hear when the microphone doesn't work.
It's working. Right, I do want to move on because it's getting late.
Can I just check? So you'll do us an issues and options paper? Because I mean, it was in there as an option, so we must have done some work on it.
So we've given, I think the issues and options paper was very specific to providing operational control over stormwater charging only. What is essentially being proposed this evening is that the shareholders will carte blanche have operational control over everything. Those are two very, very different things.
Sorry, that's not how I read what we passed. It said some operational matters. And I actually don't agree with it going back to the joint working group because the 4 people that voted against it are the four out of 5 on the joint working group. So we're not going to get to an agreement there.
Well, we can certainly involve everyone if we need to, but
we'll need to.
Yep.
Yeah,
Say some, not all, on the thing, and I don't understand why it's even on the questions for the day if it's not something that was able to be achieved. With some operational direction from the shareholders.
Yeah, so the motion that's passed is the original A. So the A that's highlighted in.
And I think the issue is that it doesn't define in any way what operational matters might be included or excluded, and therefore everything's on the table.
Okay.
And that's where it's difficult to draft something into the documents.
Councillor Joyce.
That was an option. That hasn't come from today, right? It's come from previous. So presumably there must be some basis for that option being in the paper at all. So why don't you go back and have a look and see why that was put in there originally and come up with some options of how this could be made to work, please.
So just in response to that, this came up in the context of a workshop, a discussion by the joint working group specific to stormwater. So we only ever looked at this issue in respect of stormwater charging. Hence why it is framed in the way that it is about stormwater charging. So obviously there's been evolution of matters that have come to the joint working group. And if your direction is that you want to issue an options paper on that, then that's what we'll do.
Yeah, I think whatever format it comes back to us, it's not a formal meeting first. Okay, that's my view, because there's obviously some complexity here that we need to work through and understand.
I'm not sure how that would operate, councillors. I think we're going to do a whole lot of work and it won't be practical. I'm just trying to be pragmatic here. I just can't see how that's going to work.
So what do you recommend?
Well, I can recommend that we revisit the decision. I think we need do we need 75% for that?
Revisit the decision. What do you recommend, Miriam?
I don't recommend anything in particular, except I just think that it'll be a whole lot of work that will go nowhere. That's all. I just can't see how that could be practically implemented.
Okay, so we can either rescind, but we need 75% at the same meeting. It's you can have another vote on the second, which is just be a 50-50 vote. With a simple majority, should we say. But I would recommend that we'd have some sort of discussion, whether that's with an IP or whatever, beforehand.
I mean, there was a presentation at the workshop to discuss this. There were 3 options. 2 affected TCC only, and the third one gave us both councils the option to consider this. I can't find the presentation that was done at that meeting, but it did come with a paper and an agenda that discussed the issues and options. I think if that was just circulated as originally circulated, then it would give the other councillors an opportunity to look at that rationale without going into a lot of extra work, and then bring it back to the 2nd of April.
Councillor Joyce.
Your workshop on Thursday, I don't know what the topic is for that. Okay, so I mean, if needs be, we can
squeeze it in.
Squeeze it in probably on Thursday, just because we're running out of time otherwise. Sorry, Billy.
Okay, I think we need to have further discussion on this. Okay, right. Can we move on? So we need to go recommendation 4, which is that subject to decision by Western Bay and TCC to approve local order done well, to approve the local order done well due diligence and decision by both Western Bay and Tonga City to establish the water organisation work together in good faith to resolve any outstanding commercial terms not yet approved by both councils, and councils knows that staff will prepare the organisation's shareholders agreement and company constitution. And that's. Do I have a mover and seconder for those, please? Deputy Mayor Murray Bench. I'm happy to second that. Any debate? No, we've moved to recommendation 4 on page 203. Page 6. So recommendation 4 on page 186. Okay, it's been moved by Councillor the Deputy Mayor. Do you have a question?
Have we done recommendation 3B?
So we actually through with each of the amendments.
Yeah, there's a 3B that's supposed to catch all the amendments, right?
Yeah, no, so I've done, you've passed the three amendments are similar to the LTP. We've done
Oh, okay,
actual-
bingo.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Daly, do you have a point of order?
I just want to just get clarity on, I think, point number 45 in the term sheet. I think it's 45. No, sorry, not 45. 45. So
what's the topic? Is it Tangata whenua Class A shares? In which case we're coming up to it in the next recommendation. Okay, cool. So back to 186. Recommendation 4, A and B, and all the parts to it. It's been moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by me. Any debate on this? No? Put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Moving to recommendation number 5. The council, in relation to whether Tangata whenua may hold Class A brackets voting shares in the water organisation, confirms that Class A voting shares in the water organisation may be held by Tangata whenua or may be held only by shareholding councils. May I have a mover and seconder for one of those options, please? Councillor Sol. Okay.
Could I second that?
I should ask if there's a seconder for that one. Councillor Cox, I think, or Councillor Daly. Okay. Fine. So that's 5B. Class A can only be held by shareholding councils. Any debate on this? No. I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. Carried. Division. Okay, all in favour of 5B, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those against, please raise your hands. 2. Okay, that's carried. The division. Last one. Last 2.
You move 6, sir.
And 7. We're going to do them together. Okay. Moved by Councillor Daly, seconded by Councillor Joyce. Debate. Put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against. Carried. So with no information for receipt, I'll declare the meeting closed at 7:23.